So this is kind of our basic outline for the day. We're going to be opening for half an hour now with some presentations. We'll go right into some information about reorg. And then from there, we'll talk about return to activities. We'll take a quick break so everyone can stretch their legs and grab something to eat. Please feel free to do that sooner if you need to. And then the second half of the day, we'll do another opening. We'll talk about strategic plan, and then we'll just have a closing. So again, I appreciate everyone being here today. And if you have any questions about anything, feel free to put it in the chat box. At this time, I'd like to introduce our President and CEO, Matt Aaron, to start us off today. Matt.
There we go. Hopefully everybody can hear me now. Can everyone hear me? Excellent, great. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to have you with us today for our first ever virtual leadership conference. Leadership each year gives us a unique opportunity to connect with each other, to share information, to learn from one another, and to prepare for our future. And while we hope to accomplish all those same things this year, we knew as we began the planning and preparation process for today that we had to do things differently. So this isn't our first rodeo, but it is our first pandemic. So I hope that the topics that we've picked for today, the format we've chosen, the way we're going to engage works out to be meaningful and productive for all of us as we operate under this new reality. I'm going to share a little bit more in a few minutes about some of the exciting things that are happening, despite, and maybe you'd even say, because of the challenges presented by the pandemic. But before we get started with that, I wanted to take a few minutes to do a couple of things. First, and Haley, if you could put up the next slide, we lost a long-serving volunteer and a true friend of our athletes earlier this week. Janet Flegel was the manager of our Blair County program for many years, and I know many of you knew Janet, and this picture, I think, captures Janet perfectly. She was always smiling, and it was always great to have her with us at things like this leadership conference. So before we get started today, I'd just like that we all stop and pause for a moment of silence to remember not only Janet, but also all of the other volunteers, athletes, members of the Special Olympics Pennsylvania family that we've lost this year. Thank you, everybody. And now let's take a few minutes to talk with one another, get connected before we embark on our journey together today. To help us do that, I'm going to introduce our guest speaker, Will Wise. Will is the co-founder of We and Me, an organization whose mission is to create conversations that matter. Will and his business partner, Chad Littlefield, have worked with hundreds of organizations, big and small, helping them create cultures of connection, belonging, and trust. And I think we can relate to all of those ideals. Do you ever feel overwhelmed or like you don't have enough time? Have you ever wondered how to make an even greater impact in less time? Well, Will is going to share with us why powerful questions make a difference. He's going to give us some tips and offer us a chance to practice some fresh ways to engage those we work with. So get ready to be present in this moment, connected together and engaged. Please join me in welcoming Will.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for taking time out of your Saturday to be with each other. In Zoomtown, it's a little hard to know if what you're saying is landing there. So give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me okay. Great, thank you. So my intention for today is to create an experience where you can see new possibilities, where the invisible starts to become visible, so that our communities can succeed. And as Matt was suggesting, I'm on the planet to empower folks to amplify connection, belonging, and trust. And so we do that in lots of different ways. And one way that we do that is through something that we call virtual connection labs. And really the point of all of it is, how do we make connection easy? And so we're about to go through an experience where you will be connected with, how many people are on this call? 142 plus people sitting next to each other. So there's a number of us here together. So how do we make connection easy doing that? So we're going to do something called connection before content. And so this is the question I want you to be thinking about. How have you seen the power of belonging show up in Special Olympics? How have you seen the power of belonging show up in Special Olympics? And what is important about that? So I'm going to make that go away in just a moment. So if somebody could write that, type that and put it in the chat box, I would appreciate it. So how are we going to do this? How are we all going to have a conversation with each other in a way that actually uplifts us? So I'm going to give you a couple of guidelines to make that relatively easy. In a moment, we're going to go off into breakout rooms. You won't have to do anything. The tech team will push some buttons and whoop, off you'll go out into a breakout room. When you land in that breakout room, or your screen lands in that breakout room, you'll see a few other individuals. We're going to aim for having 4 people in those breakout rooms. You might have 3, you might have 5, but roughly 4 people. And we don't have a lot of time. So when you think about this question, try to answer it in 2 sentences or so. How have you seen the power of belonging show up in Special Olympics, and what is important about that? And for some of you, you're like, whoa, 2 sentences. How can I do that? You'll get a chance to talk some more, but try to answer really succinctly first. Who will go first? The persons who, there's that awkward silence when you show up and like, who's going to go? And I don't know you. And how's this all going to go? So I invite you to turn your cameras on so you guys can see each other. And if I end up in a room with Zach, I'll go first because I'm closer to A. But normally, unless I end up in a room with Zach, I'm usually the last person to go. So Amanda, chances are you'll get to go first unless, well, if Amy's there, no, Amy would be after you, right? So go in alphabetical order. Try to answer that question in 2 sentences or so. Once everybody has gone, then if you've got curiosity and you still have more time, then ask each other some questions and be curious with each other. The speaking matters, but what matters more when we do these breakout rooms is the listening. So here's a quote for you to help with that. Listening is being able to be changed by the other person. So when you show up in that breakout room, be listening. What is it that's going on for them? How is it that belonging shows up for them? And be prepared to be moved in such a way that you'll be changed by what they say. Listen in such a way as if their life depends on it. Okay, so in just a moment, she's gonna hit breakout rooms. What happens at the end? Oops, somebody's doing a screen share. What happens at the end is all of you will automatically come back. And us staff will get sprinkled around and we'll land in Zoom rooms too. If I end up in one, I'll be there for a little bit and then I'll come back. Everybody just answer the question. Say it one more time. How have you seen the power of belonging show up in a Special Olympics and what's important about that? And you'll have roughly a minute a person, so you only have about 6 minutes there. We'll send you a message about halfway. We'll broadcast you a message to say we're halfway. And then when it's done, you automatically get sent back into this big room. Okay, you ready?
I guess.
Here we go. My question for you as you are arriving back is what struck you about those conversations? You could drop those in the chat box if you know how to do that. Down on the bottom, there's a little thought bubble that says chat. And you can type in there what struck you about those conversations. And I'd love to have 1 or 2 people vocalize what struck you about those conversations before we hand it back to Matt. So if you would like to share, hand smash the screen so I can see you. What struck you about those conversations? Angie, was that you? Oh, Kira. Okay, let me see if I can unmute you. Okay, you just got a message to unmute. See, K-E-R-A.
Unmuting.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the belonging that, I can't speak for other people, but I think a lot of the belonging that I feel with SOPA has really started after the pandemic. It's not that I didn't feel as if I belonged before, but this has kind of intensified everything. And the fact that, at least from my view in Norristown, it just seems like things are going on, maybe not as usual, but they're going on. So that the belonging is working with all these people, local programs, staff, and athletes to make a world for ourselves during the pandemic. And why is that important? Wow, that's our mission statement, to give that to the athletes. And boy, when you give to the athletes, you get it back again.
All right.
That's it for me.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much. So if you look through the chat, there's a lot of lovely things about how we all matter and how we have a sense of family showing up there a lot. So Matt, I'd like to pass it off to you. I'm going to declare us all connected, and you show us where we're going and what we've got going on.
Awesome. Thanks, Will, for getting us started. That was great. I certainly feel like that was a great opportunity. It was short. We didn't have enough time. We didn't finish our conversation, but it certainly got us started off right. So thank you, Will. Welcome back, everybody. It's great, as Will said, we've got more than 140 people with us today. We've got athletes, we've got volunteers, we've got staff, we've got board members from all over the state. So it's great to have you all here. I hope you're all now ready to go. We're going to spend the rest of our day today really focused on three key areas. We're going to talk about what we're doing and how we're responding during the pandemic. We're going to talk about where we're going in the future, and we're going to talk about how we're going to get there. But I'd like to start by sharing something with you now that you've probably never seen before. But if there's only one thing that you remember out of the whole day today, I hope it's this: 22516. Now, does anybody know what that means at this point? Well, there's probably a couple staff and board members who do, but for the rest of you, you've probably never seen these numbers before. So, Haley, if you'd put up the next slide, I'm going to explain now what 22516 is all about. We've been gathering, as a Special Olympics movement, health data on our athletes for many, many years. And so I've heard a lot of the statistics over those years about health disparities for our athletes. But this slide and these numbers really brought it home. Our athletes are twice as likely to be obese, 2 times as likely to have cardiovascular disease and asthma, 5 times as likely to have diabetes as people who don't have intellectual disabilities. And because of that, their life expectancy is 16 years shorter. I don't know about you, but when I saw those statistics together for the first time, which was really earlier this summer, when I first saw this slide, that's a pretty stark call to action. It should be a rallying cry for all of us. Those statistics, they're alarming, they're terrible, they're gut-wrenching. But the other really important thing about those statistics is they don't have to be that way. We can do something about all of these things to change those statistics for the better. So how do we change things? It's actually pretty simple. We need to get our athletes to move more. And so I'm excited that SOPA is on the forefront of many efforts that are happening now nationally and in some cases even globally that are going to help lead that change. We have multiple staff who are part of a national task force that's developed 2 exciting opportunities we're going to roll out this fall. You're going to hear about them today. The first is a national stride challenge, which is a walk, run, distance challenge. The second is a fitness heptathlon competition. Again, you're going to hear more about those later today in the return to activities presentation. But not only are those opportunities going to give us a way to help keep our athletes connected and engaged during the pandemic, which is very important, they also offer the promise to help us improve those, the fitness level of our athletes and improve those statistics that I just shared with all of you. So I certainly hope you'll all remember 22516 as we move forward together. There are several other exciting things that we're working on. SOPA is one of 4 states that's been chosen to pilot SOI's new fitness app. SOPA is going to be part of a working group that's developing a new global athlete leadership curriculum that's going to be rolling out hopefully later this year. We're also working with the health team, the global health team at SOI, to pilot virtual healthy athletes. That will be starting this fall, so that will connect with Fall Festival, and it will give us a way to leverage telemedicine opportunities to help keep our athletes connected. So we recognized early in this pandemic that we needed to innovate. We needed to do it more, we needed to do it quickly. And so we created an innovation lab a couple of months ago. We took 20% of our staff team and we dedicated them to that effort. And so while we're in the middle of what's an awful health crisis right now, and one that is impacting our athletes disproportionately, I think there's a bright side to it. And that's why I'm so positive about the future. The pandemic has really forced us to think and act in different ways. And I believe that if we all work together, we can create new and better ways to serve our athletes, and that these changes are going to help our athletes for years to come. So I think we have the opportunity to come out of this pandemic even stronger than ever. And you, our coaches and our volunteers, the primary audience that's with us today on this conference, you're all integral to that. And I wanted to share just one other statistic with you, and that is, excuse me, Special Olympics International, SOI, did an athlete survey globally recently to gather some information about the pandemic and the response of our athletes. And what they found, not surprisingly, was that athletes who had contact with Special Olympics were 20% less likely to feel isolated. And so that's a really important thing during this time when people are feeling disconnected and disengaged and isolated, that Special Olympics is offering that opportunity to keep our athletes connected. And you, our volunteers, are playing a critical role in doing that. So Haley, if you'd put up the next slide, please. Thanks. We know these are challenging times, but they're also exciting times. And so today we're gonna break the conference up into 3 parts, as I mentioned. We're gonna talk about where we are today, and that's gonna be through talking about what's happening with return to activities, both in-person and virtual opportunities. And we have several of those, some new things that we're gonna introduce to you today. We're gonna spend time later today, really the second half of the meeting, talking about our next strategic plan, which maps out where we're headed tomorrow, which is really over the next 4 years through 2024. But we're gonna start today by updating you on our progress toward reorg. And that's an important part of how we're going to accomplish what we want to over the next few years and how we're gonna get to where we wanna go. As all of you who have been part of this conference or even who have just been involved for a while know, we've spent a lot of time over the last few years, including at this conference, focused on reorg as we developed the plan, as we reviewed it with all of you, and as we reviewed it and finally it was approved last year by our board of directors. And I wanted to share something with you today that I don't think shared quite in this way with you before, but as I think about reorg and as we begin to gear up for it and implement it, I believe that reorg is the single most important initiative that we've undertaken in the 12 years that I've been CEO. Why do I say that? Well, we know that we can't meet the challenges of the future continuing to do business as we're doing today. But I think even more importantly, as we look at the opportunities of the future, and I think the pandemic is really starting to put a spotlight on what some of those opportunities are, we can't effectively take advantage of those opportunities if we continue doing business the way we've always done business. So reorg gives us an opportunity to really work together to seize and to create those new opportunities together. And so reorg is going to do several positive things for us. First and foremost, to really achieve the opportunity presented by reorg, we have to create a truly joint volunteer staff team focused on our athletes. And so that happens at the regional level. And I'm excited that it's already starting to take place within our pilot region. Reorg is going to help us flatten the organization. It's going to put staff out closer to the athletes. Using business terms, it's going to put it's going to put us closer to our customer. Through Reorg, we're going to provide better accountability, and we're going to enhance communication throughout the organization. All important parts of operating better and being able to take advantage of all the opportunities that we have in the future. And so as a result, we're really going to be able to deliver on the promise of doing more and better for our athletes. So I'm excited about the rest of the day today. Before we move into the content of the rest of the day, I'd like to introduce two champions for our athletes, and that is our current board chair, Jim Wenner, and our incoming chair, Tom Hinman. They'd like to share their greetings and welcome with everybody. So please join me in welcoming Jim and Tom.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Matt. Jim Wenner. I've been on the board for 9 years, and there are term limits. So I've got 6 months left on the board, and I can tell you in our breakout room, the term that came out for us a lot was family. And I feel that I've got a family across the state. I haven't met you all, but it's been my honor to work with all of you. And after I move off the board, I'm going to move over to Region 8, which I'm in Huntington County, so working with surrounding counties as well. So I looked at the participant box this morning, 140, 143 are on today, and you are all leaders. And thank you for being leaders in the movement. You're all bringing different skills and talents to Special Olympics, and you're creating a better world locally and a better world across the state. So just wanted to take the time to say thank you for being here this morning and this afternoon, and thank you for making SOPA what it is and what it will be. Tom?
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Hinman. I am in Westchester, Pennsylvania, Chester County. I've been on the board for about 5 years. I'm really excited to be here today. Again, 140 participants is just awesome. Truly appreciate all the work and effort that went into putting today together. We had our board meeting yesterday afternoon, and got a preview of some of the topics. And you can just tell the amount of work and energy and passion that went into putting today's content together. Great to see everybody on the call. Ernie, Elizabeth, excellent job yesterday in the board meeting. Just want to recognize you two for the great contributions you made. And again, just really looking forward to hearing all the speakers today to make sure that, we're getting the notes, we're getting the information, and we're doing everything we can from the board perspective to help support the cause. So thank you, Jim, Matt, and really looking forward to hearing from everybody today.
So that might be me.
Yeah, you're up, Will.
And
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Tom.
I can't see y'all. There we are. Okay. So, Jim, I loved what you said about us all being leaders. And so I'm going to take that and magnify it a little bit in that you guys are all leaders because you make something happen that wasn't going to happen anyway. And it doesn't matter your position within the organization. If you're somebody who shows up in such a way that you're going to make something happen that wasn't going to happen anyway, I'm calling you a leader. And what Special Olympics has done over the last 50 years has made something wonderful happen that wasn't going to happen anyway without your guys' contribution. And I want to highlight for a moment something that Matt also said, and I'm going to try to do this with a screen share really quickly. This statistics that he is talking about, 2, 2, 2, 5, and 16, I think is really critical, right? 2 times likely to be a beast, 2 times less likely to be physical active, 2 times to have something going on with your heart and asthma, 5 times likely to have something going on with your sugar, and a shorter life. And so what can we be doing as leaders to make something happen that wasn't going to happen anyway? And we've got a big challenge in front of us, is that we're dealing with change. And how do we deal with change in such a way that is useful for everybody? How do we show up as leaders and deal with change in such a way that it's useful for everybody? And we have to recognize that we're living in a time and space in which we're dealing with toxic stress. So I'm going to invite you to make a model with me. If you like to play with your hands, this will be a great opportunity for you to do that with me. So take your hand and put your thumb in like this and put your 4 fingers over the top. And what you've just done is created a model of your hand, or model with your hand of your brain. And so go ahead and open that up just a moment and point to your thumbnail. Your thumbnail is your reptilian part of your brain. It's the amygdala. It's the part of your brain, go ahead and close the top, that shuts off the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain that does that deep thinking. And so when we are in stress, we flip our tops. Go ahead and flip your tops a couple of times. Think about something stressful and flip your top. And what that means is you don't get access to the part of your brain that does some thinking. Because your reptilian part of your brain says, there's a threat coming in, and I must take care of that threat, and I have to focus. And you focus in on the thing that is threatening you. Perfect. We need that. That's all about survival. However, if we're going to be leaders and make something happen that wasn't going to happen anyway, how do we move to a place in which we can be thriving? And over the last 50 years, there's been a lot of thriving that's been happening here. And you've come to a point in which it's time to kind of reshuffle things, move things around a little bit, because you've been doing so well. It's an opportunity to do better, to make some possibilities happen that wasn't going to happen anyway. So let's look at different mindsets that show up when we're in a time of stress. I'm going to graph it out for you. And in the end, there's going to be 5 different mindsets that are going to show up. The first thing you need to know is we're all aiming for a target, right? We have a very clear mission and goal within Special Olympics. So we've all got this target that we're aiming for. How do we deal with change in such a way that we're also creating a culture of connection at the same time? Deal with change and still maintain a culture of connection. Because what happens when we're swimming in toxic stress, it's really easy to focus in and push everybody else away. My colleagues know when I'm really stressed, because when I show up at work, I got my blinders on and I go to my device, I open it up and I start to get to work. I don't say hello to anybody. Connection is not easy for me. It's one of those things that I have to work for, right? And so I have these different mindsets that show up, and see if they show up for you too. If I want to do quality programming, aiming for that target while we're dealing with change, I have to recognize that I've got these different mindsets. And one of them is the critic. Does anybody have a critic voice that shows up? Give me a little hand smash if you've got a critic voice that shows up. It shows up right here on my right corner. It whispers in my right ear, and it looks out into the world and it tells me about everything that's wrong. But when I have the critic mindset, I don't want to do anything about it. I'm just going to say, "Oop, that's wrong, you silly," and then other words that come out that I probably shouldn't say publicly. They all show up in my head, right? And I'm pointing at the world and I'm not looking at any way that I can contribute. If I show up as a consumer, it's a little bit more like this. I've got my little top hat on and I'm scrolling through life. I'm just consuming it. It's like I'm scrolling through my Facebook feed. I'm looking for the thing that's going to give me a little bit of drama and an emotional hit. I'm just cruising through life. And I'm just, what you got for me? What you got? I show up to the event. I'm like, what you got? What you got? And I'm just looking to take things in. That's one of those mindsets that show up in my head. But there's this tipping point. There's this tipping point where we can go above the line and something magical happens. There's a shift that happens in my head, and I wonder if it happens in yours. It shows up and suddenly in a way that I want to contribute. I want to make a difference. I want to lean forward. I want to somehow see you more than I see myself. It's like this. Can you guys see these two letters? There's a lot of me over here. But when I start getting to a place where I want to contribute, somebody is helping me shift this in such a way that we shows up instead of a whole lot of me. We shows up instead of a whole lot of me. And I'm wanting to be, I want to give in such a way that it's not about just me. It's not about them, but it's about life itself. And then there's these people that mindsets that show up that I call connectors. And I've got some fabulous people in my life who are really good connectors. And one way to think about connectors is they create hubs of contributors, people who contribute. They create hubs where people can contribute. And you can see that's all above the line and it's all pushing toward that target. How do we do that, right? So you notice I've given you 4 mindsets. There's still one more. If you look at the graph, you'll see down there on the bottom, there's some red little ink splot. What's there? Sometimes we think that's where the target is. We get confused because there's a way that I show up as a curmudgeon. I've got a friend of mine, he's got such a beautiful heart, but he's a self-proclaimed curmudgeon. And as a curmudgeon, there's a way, when he shows up as a curmudgeon, there's a way that he's like all prickly and you just want to stay away from him. But there was somebody really beautiful in the community who created a space for him to move into up the mindsets. But her gift to him, into the community as a whole, as a connector, she didn't spend a lot of time and energy focusing on him as a contributor, as a curmudgeon. She focused on the contributors, she focused on the consumers and the critics and helped push them up. And when those folks got pushed up, the curmudgeon goes, well, there must be something there. And he got his butt off the couch. Literally, he was on the couch for 6 months straight. Only got up to go to the bathroom and to eat. But when he saw what was going on around him, he got up and he started moving. And then he started running for office. He started running for a local office and he started finding ways that he could contribute and give voice to others, not just his own voice, but gave voice to others. So we don't need to spend a lot of time on the curmudgeons. If you feel like you've got a lot of curmudgeons in your life, I've got a few. Focus on how can we help the critics and the consumers move to contributors and connectors. Now, I'm guessing that many of you are above that line. You are contributors and connectors. You're beyond that tipping point, and that's why we've had so much success. So if you want to do a self-check with yourself and say, wait a minute, where am I? Am I above the line or below the line? You can do one of these self-tests. It's by asking one of these 2 questions. If you spend a lot of time asking what's wrong, you're below the line. What's wrong is a type of question that we often ask when we're just being really critical or being a consumer. But asking a question like, what is missing, the presence of which would make a difference, is a type of question that pulls you up and has that mindset that opens up for expanse. When you say what's wrong, the toxic stress has shown up so much in your life, that's all you can focus on. But when you ask what's missing, suddenly you look broad and you look for the places that you can pull stuff in to get past that tipping point. So what's that look like? When you're below the line, you're asking what's wrong. When you're above the line, you're asking what's missing, the presence of which would make a difference. And if that what's wrong is when the what's wrong shows up for me, I am judging. The other day, one of my mentors was speaking, and all I could think about was his haircut and his microphone and why he was sitting that way. And I realized when we had the discussion afterwards, I had no idea what he said. I was so much in a place of judgment that I couldn't actually capture the gift that he was giving to the world. And I know it was a gift because when everybody else was chatting about what he just said, it was all beautiful and they were all in like uplifted and joy. I can't do that when I'm thinking about what's wrong and in a judgment place. What's missing is a question I can begin to ask myself to get myself out of that. What's missing? The presence of which would make a difference. I start having an expanded thinking and I see possibilities. And so my guess is many of you are constantly looking at what's possible here. What could we create? And suddenly, poof, that opens up. So later, we're going to talk about what's possible. So thank you for thinking about those different mindsets that show up with change. And I invite you to just pay attention to where your mind wanders up and down that scale from curmudgeon to critic, all the way up to consumer, and then get beyond that tipping point where you're really in a place of contributing and being a connector. And one way to make sure you're up there is saying what's missing, the presence of which would make a difference. Another thing is to be curious. It's to lean in. So I invite you to really listen to Susan Wayland and be curious. She's the CFO of Special Olympics Pennsylvania, and she will be leading the next session talking about the reorg. And I'm going to pass it off to her now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm so excited to be here this morning. Thank you all for joining. Looking forward to talking to you about reorg today and the progress we're making as we move forward with this. As we mentioned, the first topic is reorg, and as Matt mentioned, we could probably call this plan More and Better for Our Athletes plan. And that is the overarching goal of the whole plan, is more and better for athletes and volunteers. Could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Our agenda for this morning, welcome and introduction. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about the background of the project, and then shifting the focus over to my colleagues to talk about preparing for the region, what it's taken to launch the region, what other regions can do pre-region planning, and then we'll allow a little bit of time at the end for questions, and then we'll do a wrap up. Keep in mind, again, if we cannot get to all your questions on this today, this session is being recorded and we'll make sure we get back to them. Next question, or next slide, please. I hope a whole lot of you have seen this map already. This is the approved regional structure map that was approved by the Board of Directors back at Winter Games 2019. As you can see, there are 9 regions. One of them now has an official name. That's the Greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono region. I think we have a quick poll at this point. I'm curious how many of you out there know which region your program is in. Haley, can you queue up that poll? Okay, let's just keep moving. So just talk about, thank you. So the poll should be coming up momentarily. Sorry, we're all new at this, so we're getting the flow down. I'll just talk a little bit about the background of the project. We actually started back in 2017. We formed a committee at the guidance from the board that we needed to do that, to start to work on what the future could look like for Special Olympics, to help us serve more athletes and serve them better in the future and offer a more equal experience to everybody. I hope most of you are familiar with that approved map, as I said. Now I'm delighted to introduce you to the pilot region, and that is the Greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono region, which is comprised of the following chapter. We have Berks, Bethlehem, Carbon, Lehigh, Monroe, Northampton, and Schuylkill. Those 7 chapters are currently serving 3,400 athletes with a lot of growth potential in the future. and we're looking forward to growing that number of athletes for you. How did we come up with the name Greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono Region? Well, we conducted a survey throughout that region with both athletes and volunteers having input into that. And we think the name gives a pretty clear idea of where the region is physically located. And I think we can all agree it's important for stakeholders to understand who is being served instantly by saying that name. The regional, if you go to the next slide, please. The regional structure overview. This slide also, I pulled from an earlier slide deck that has been around for a year or two. And the point of this is to familiarize everybody once again with how we are viewing this whole process. We'll start at the smallest portion of the triangle, which is at the bottom, which is the state staff, which feeds up to the regional staff, which are paid positions. And above that, you'll see a pink and a blue region. That's the regional leadership team. So that's volunteers and staff working together to make this whole plan to drive it forward. Then we have our chapter leadership, which is volunteers. And on the very top layer, of course, are our athletes and volunteers, with that being the biggest, broadest piece of the triangle, with, again, starting from the bottom up, driving towards supporting our athletes and volunteers. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is actually taking the previous slide and turning it into a more traditional looking organizational chart. You can see we now have regional staff in place. We have our very first regional executive director, Julie Benjamin. Julie will be taking stage in a couple moments to introduce you to her team and to talk about the great work that is already happening in her region. And again, this shows the paid positions, the regional staff. It shows the pink and blue partnerships there with staff and volunteers. And then the next layer is all volunteers, and those are the liaison positions, which we're going to focus on in the next slide. Could you advance, please? So again, there's Julie, the regional executive director, and we've taken out the center part of the previous slide and blown up the volunteer positions, the leadership. This is going to be the leadership teams for each chapter by area of responsibility for the Greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono region. It's important to note there that all seven chapters are represented in all 4 areas. There will be 7 coordination liaisons, 7 sports liaisons, community liaisons, and fundraising liaisons. Also important to notice here, already 75% of these positions are full. So call, chat, text Julie if you want to be part of this exciting team to help grow the region and get things off the ground up there. And then the next layer from those sports liaison leadership teams are, of course, all of our volunteers. No volunteer is not going to be needed now or in the future. You can see the areas below. There are already things that we're doing as we continue to grow the athlete numbers. We are hoping to expand our entire volunteer base because we will have more athletes to serve, and they will need more volunteers doing that. You can take it to the next slide, please. This is a revised timeline. Thanks to COVID, we had to do a slight adjustment to this timeline. One thing positive that has happened as a result of that is it has given us more time to focus on the Greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono region, to really make sure we get all the groundwork in place, which is going to help when we roll out future regions. It's going to help that process and make it easier. So we had originally planned on announcing in the middle of 2020 who the next 2 regions would be that we're rolling out at the beginning of 2021. We've moved that date forwards to mid-2021. We'll be making that announcement, who the next regions will be. with the anticipation that we will launch beginning of 2022. The net effect of the whole readjustment here is that the final regions will come online in January of 2024 instead of January 2023. That's the bottom line. We essentially just added a year to it. Now it's my pleasure to introduce two colleagues of mine who will be discussing the work that has been happening to successfully launch the new region. We have with us this morning a longtime coach and leadership team member from Allegheny County, Carol Erzin, and co-presenting with Carol is Ernest Roundtree. He's an athlete rep from the Monroe chapter and SOPA board member. Carol and Ernie.
Thank you, Susan. The first thing we would like to talk about is the transition that's been going on at the Greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono region. Can you, the next slide? So the transition team process, the transition team was comprised of volunteers, athletes, staff members. The key of the element of the success of the team was collaboration and an equal voice among all team members with support from the SOPA staff. They're also utilizing existing resources within the organization.
Hi, so I'm gonna kind of chime in with Ernie. Thank you everyone for letting me be a part of this today, and I'm excited to be here. Just to kind of share a little bit more about this, each of the transition team members really brought a unique and valued perspective to the transition team. Some examples of that was we had a volunteer who had a very strong HR background, and so she helped create the questionnaire for interviewing the executive director. There were a number of those of us on the committee that had been doing a lot of interviews in our current jobs, and that was helpful to bring that to the team. Probably most important was sharing what our vision was from the perspective of a volunteer, from an athlete perspective, and also hearing the vision from the staff members and certainly from our CEO, Matt Aaron. So each of us did bring a lot to the table, and we all had an equal voice. So it wasn't that any one person really was making the decisions. We brought an equal voice to it. Support was very important, and utilizing some of the existing contacts for things like office space and technology and some of the other supports that was already built into SOPA was extremely important. Can we go to the next slide? So Ernie, do you want to talk a little bit about the lessons learned?
Sure. So as many processes of getting something from the one, I was also a part of the process of hiring the new regional input council, or the regional executive director, and the lessons that were learned was that things that didn't work out as planned, but the ability to flexible and willingness to make changes among the way helped improve the end result. Another thing that was learned was the steps that didn't take place the same amount of time, but the work in the same order as we move to other regions, but through the collaboration of everyone, staff, volunteers, and athletes, the pilot has a good start, and we will continue to improve our region and throughout the state, organizing other areas. So you wanna, Carol?
Thank you, Ernie. So I think it was really important for us to know as a transition team that there needed to be a great deal of flexibility, willingness to look at other points of views, certainly especially throughout the hiring process. We went back to the drawing board several times to reframe what our process was and to continue to think back on keeping an eye on what was the end result. We all came from different places in the organization, and it was important for us to keep the eye on what were the end results. One of the ways that we did that, at the end of each session, we did a check-in with everyone on the team, giving everyone a chance to indicate how they felt and keeping us in, keeping our eye on the end goal. So thank you for being part of it, and we'll turn this over now to Julie and the rest of the team. I just want to say, through this process, one of the greatest things that came out of it is through a lot of time and energy, I do believe we really came up with the best choice for a regional executive director in Julie Benjamin, and we're going to turn it over to Julie.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so very, very much. And I would say good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to see so many wonderful faces. And I do just want to take a moment to recognize what I think was an incredibly insightful and thoughtful hiring process from my perspective. It really showed me the kind of organization that SOPA is. The fact that everyone had a voice, it was incredibly thorough, and I really had a sense of the values and the vision that was sort of being laid out for the coming years. And I think that was due in large part to the process that included volunteers and athletes and staff members. So thank you all for that process. It was very helpful to me and has been helpful as we move forward. Next slide, please. So we have a team. This has been an unusual year, I think is an understatement, right? So when we went through our hiring process, in fact, our team hasn't really been together physically yet in our office. But we, thanks to technology, are able to connect each and every day. So I'll take a moment and introduce each team member and ask them just to say a quick hello so that you can put a live face to their name. First is Karina Barberis. She's our Regional Administrative Manager. Good morning, Karina.
Good morning, everyone. I am looking forward to working with all of you. This has been great, and I love seeing all the faces on here.
Up next is Jason Marola. He is the Regional Sports Director.
Good morning, everyone. Super excited to be here. I love seeing everyone's faces.
And Greg Bott. He's our Regional Development Director.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Thank you very much. Okay, doke. Next slide, please. So our first, we had goals that were set out for the implementation team. So again, this has been a process. So as we moved along that timeline, the transition team did a tremendous amount of work and sort of teed up the next phase, which was the implementation team. And they had 3 very specific goals to work through. First was to hire regional staff. And again, we used the same formula of having volunteers and athletes involved at every step of the process. All of the staff had a volunteer or more than one volunteer and or athlete be a part of the selection and interview process. And I think that was incredibly helpful. And these were folks from our 7 different chapters. So everyone had an opportunity to share a little bit about what was happening in their area and to give us a better idea of just the makeup of each of those areas. It was a really, really helpful process as we went through. So we started the process, and our last staff member, Jason, came on the end of March. And by that time, we were all working remotely. So we have worked remotely. And I know Karina will talk just a moment about our office space, but we do look longingly at that meeting room because we were in our office all of 2 whole days. And we can't wait to host the community, our athletes, and our volunteers in our new office space. Karina?
Yeah, great. Good morning, everyone. So just the new office is located at 2158 Avenue C. We are in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and finding a centralized location was one of the most important details in choosing a location because our office does support 7 chapters in 6 different counties. So if you look at that map, we're looking at is the most southern point of Berks County all the way up to the most northern part of Monroe. And so the office is right off of Route 22, which is really accessible to a lot of these regions. And it's also easily accessible from Route 33, 78, and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And for those way out in the western part of the state, the Lehigh Valley Airport is only 6 minutes away from our office. So you can come and visit us if you want. The building itself has a lot of pluses for us. There is plenty of parking, including 15 accessible spots. We did negotiate with the management team of the building to have the automated doors with the push plates installed to our front doors, and that job was completed in April. When we first moved in, they were not in. Our office is very bright and welcoming. As you can see from this picture here, that is our new conference room, which is nice and modern. And we're really excited to be hosting meetings with our leadership team, volunteers, athletes, donors. And we hope that we can offer this space to actually have our own chapter meetings as well. When we moved in, the office was already furnished with desks and storage units, which was an initial cost saver for us, as well as time savers so that we didn't have to go out and shop and wait for deliveries. And there's a wonderful open area with an extra desk in this that we're hoping that our volunteers will come in and use, our athletes and interns as we get rolling. And another little added bonus that we didn't realize when we initially pick the spot, but there is another nonprofit agency that works with individuals with intellectual disabilities. And in that short time that, Julie said we were in the office for like 2-3 days, we actually had the opportunity to introduce ourselves to this organization and speak with a member of their management team. And hopefully we'll be able to have a wonderful relationship and really show their consumers how to get involved with Special Olympics and all that we have to offer them. So it's an exciting time and we just can't wait to get back into the office. So thank you, and back to Julie.
Thank you, Karina. Thanks so much. And then the last element, which we'll be talking about a little bit more, is the development of the playbook. And that's sort of where we're going to go now. So thanks, Ellie. You were right. Let's go to the next slide. You're anticipating my thoughts. Unfortunately, this morning, Taraz has had a family emergency and not able to join us this morning. So I'm going to step in for her. Our intent was to have her talk about what the experience was like as a volunteer leader serving on the implementation team. She and I shared notes back and forth. So hopefully I will do her justice and appropriately and adequately sort of share her thoughts on the process. Excuse me, next slide, please. So the implementation team work, the compilation was volunteers, athletes, and key staff at the regional level, of course, but also key staff at the state level. So when we talked about all things sports related, Michelle Boone was able to be a part of that conversation. When we talked about all things outreach, Gina Reed was part of that conversation. And the physical structure is we divided up into subcommittees, and there was outreach, sports, finance, fundraising, and communication. And everyone was divided up and worked on an individual subcommittee. And the subcommittee's charge was to answer the questions that had been formulated by the transition team. And these were all the questions that everyone had and more about how is this going to work, right? How are we going to go from the current structure that we have now to working as a region? It was an incredibly collaborative process, and we worked through each of those, and each subcommittee came up with a recommendation. That recommendation then went back to the full implementation team. Everyone had an opportunity to offer their feedback. In some cases, adjustments were made. Other folks had great ideas or had noticed something that was a really good point, so we made those adjustments. And then we're going back now, and we are in the process of putting that all into what we will be calling the playbook. And that playbook will be, in essence, an electronic version of a guidebook that everyone will be able to access, and you'll be able to answer, hopefully, that book. The goal is that that book will answer any and every question you have about procedures, processes, anything that we need to do, and that all of the resources will also be embedded in that. So it'll be one-stop shopping. If you need to find out about the process, the form will also be there, the link will be there, and you can hopefully get yourself to the information that you want as easily as possible. We are still in the process of working through this and hope to have a version by the end of September, fully vetted, and again, going back to the full implementation team, and we will be able to roll that out. Understanding that, as everyone has said all the way along this process, we need to be flexible. So if we get started and we realize that what looks to be an incredibly insightful process on paper didn't work so well in practice. So I think all of this will have to take with a grain of salt as we move through to our new regional model. And then lastly, we made a transition. The Lehigh Valley Plunge event will now be a regional event, so we're really excited. There's been a great tradition that was created by volunteers in the greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono region. They have made this an incredibly successful event, and we look forward to what 2021 and probably more appropriately what 2022 holds for us in terms of the plunge. Next slide, please. And I would like to take a moment then to introduce Greg Bott. You met him all a few moments ago, and he's also going to be working with one of our volunteers, Lisa Cooper, who is a leadership volunteer at the Carbon chapter.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Lisa, are you here with me? Do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
I'm here, Greg. My name is Lisa Cooper. I am the manager or coordination liaison, whatever the name is now, for Carbon County. And I'm here to have fun.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about the fundraising under the regional structure and highlight a few successes and challenges that we've worked together, Lisa and I, on. And first is the Carbon County Community Foundation grant, and Lisa is going to chat a little bit about that.
In Carbon County, the Community Foundation gives out grants every year, and I found out about it, but I had no idea how to write a grant. I'm new to this role, and I was completely lost. So I said to Greg, hey, can you help me out with this? This is what the new regional office is for. And he did an amazing job writing us the grant, and him and I went over everything, making sure everything was great, and we got the grant for Pacabocce. We're going to move our bocce indoors to give our athletes better training, so they work better at the competition levels, and it worked out wonderfully.
I think the most important.
Done it without Greg. Yeah.
I think the most important thing too was working back and forth with Lisa. You know, she really identified the need. She's our expert on, in Carbon County. She identified the need, did a little bit of the research, provided me with some great tips. I actually think it was my first week, believe it or not, that this all happened. And then, hearing back from the Community Foundation, it was kind of interesting because Lisa and the folks in Carbon had such a great connection with the people at the Community Foundation and also with United Way. So the Community Foundation didn't give us the grant, but they recommended it to the United Way. So either way, we got the funding. So it was great that those connections were already established and that we were able to, Lisa and I, work together on the grants ends of things. And then for fundraising events, I don't know, Lisa, you want to talk a little bit about the fundraising end of things?
Well, we don't really have a fundraising coordinator right now. If anyone would like to volunteer, we're taking applications. So I do what I can, and Tommy's Hoagies is a huge thing in Carbon County. If you're from Carbon County, you eat your hoagies from Tommy's. So we did a hoagie sale of tickets, and we're trying to do a pierogi sale as well. That's available online. The hoagies, you have to buy tickets, so we did that. Selling tickets, our volunteers all took some to sell the tickets, and we get a proportion of the proceeds. And then our pierogi sale, to try and reach more people, I said to Greg, can we do something online for that? So he created a classy fundraising event for us, so that you can just click and pay and everything's done. Then all I have to do is deliver the pierogies, and that seems to be working out really well. I wouldn't know how to do any of that stuff, where I'm seeing the advantage for the region office to really help me out with that kind of thing.
And that's been really good because, it's something brand new that we're trying out. And, that's what we have to do. We have to try things out, and that's what the region office is here to do, work with our local programs, work with our chapters to try new things out. And really, collaboration is key. Our local chapter folks, those are the experts on the ground. Even though I grew up right up the street from Tommy's Hoagies, nonetheless, they're there working every single day in the community. So really relying on and building that relationship together and working back and forth to increase fundraising is what we're here to do for the regional office. And it's been lots of fun. And that is it for us. And right now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jason Marola, our regional sports director.
Thanks, Greg. I'm going to be discussing our first regional sport, snowboarding. So the first official SOPA snowboarding events were offered at Winter Games 2020. Ashley Amato, who couldn't be with us today, snowboard head coach and SOPA snowboarding co-sport director, started the training in our region the fall of 2019 and was able to organize a regional program involving multiple chapters. And here we'll have a video now with our interview discussing the program.
So as I assumed getting a lot of those coaches, I decided to reach out to the surrounding counties of Blue Mountain. Because if I'm going to have a lesson at Blue Mountain and I have all these instructors, I might as well invite all the people that are around Blue Mountain to be there, because that just makes sense. So I had spoken to Blue Mountain because I worked there, and the owner, I had spoken to her specifically, and she said that she would do anything and anything in her power and really donate everything to us to be able to build a program, like all of our equipment, all of our even down to snow pants, for athletes that just didn't have the pants. So we didn't have that this year. The helmets, the goggles, everything, and the time out in the snow. We were able to really, really utilize that, and we could have it 4 nights a week, we'd have 2 nights a week. So it was really up to us to determine how we were going to utilize their resources of what they were giving us and all the resources of all the instructors and kind of put them together. But the really unique thing was that when you got to the mountain, it didn't matter what county you were in, and it didn't matter what coach you had, because each week was a different scenario. If you progressed further and you did well, then you went into the next group that was doing that thing. It didn't matter that there were no team colors. There was none of that. And parents came out, they put the snowboarding boots on, they became coaches, and they were out there picking them up, putting their boots on, holding them back, waiting for them to go their turn. So it really became a family affair in lieu of Special Olympics, because everybody that came was involved. I foresee it as because all of my instructors that I had, or coaches, came from different counties. So if you were to segregate them into that county and have that county for that night, you would have one coach for 6 athletes, which you can't do because you can only have the 4-to-1 ratio. So now you're inhibiting the fact that you can't have the other 2 athletes because you only have that one coach. But in the program that I accumulated was that I had 9 coaches show up at the same time. And if I had 16 different athletes show up from all of the different counties, it didn't matter because I had the ability to shuffle everybody around and utilize them as a resource to increase their ability to snowboard. You know, like I had some athletes that were taking black diamonds in the terrain park during, you know, state games. You know, they were and they never snowboarded before. Like this is the first year for everybody. Everybody started out a slate here, like ground zero. So like it takes a village kind of thing, and that's exactly what happened. And like my co-director, Laura, like she would come up because she's one person. She has a low functioning athlete, she has a high functioning athlete, and she can't be in two places at one time. She can't be on the lift with one athlete and be down skating with the other one. So if you separate them and have additional coaches at one particular time, my coaches can go over and be with this one, and she can take her athlete up on the snow with the rest of the other ones that are doing the same thing. So it really progressed a lot of the athletes a lot quicker because it was like you could really do like a fine tuning of each lesson to the athlete.
The snowboarding program happened organically with the region in mind, and that with a regional structure in place, we'll be able to leverage more opportunities like this one in the future, and can't wait to see what that future holds for our region. Now I'll pass it over to Jordan Schupert and Amanda Knaus.
Thanks, Jason. And so when I first heard about reorganization 3 years ago, I was thrilled because I knew that for athlete leadership, it would make my job a whole lot easier. And even more importantly, it would give our current athlete leaders and even more future athlete leaders greater opportunities, not just locally, but even beyond that. And so I don't want to steal Amanda's thunder for too long, so I want to. So Amanda Knaus is an athlete representative from the Bethlehem chapter, and recently she was elected as the first Regional Olympic Council representative for the Greater Lehigh Valley and Pocono region. Amanda, how you doing this morning?
Okay.
And so I just have a few questions to ask you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The first one is, how does regionalization improve the overall athlete experience?
The athletes will have access to different sports because chapters can share training sites and work together to start new sports. This means transportation may be more available if training sites were closer to where people live. Chapters can work together to go to competitions, sharing volunteers, athletes, and transportations. Regional competitions will provide additional opportunities for the athletes.
Great. And how can athlete leaders like you benefit from this new structure?
There are additional opportunities for athlete leaders at the regional level. Right now, athletes can work in their own chapter, which means some may not have as many opportunities as others. A regional structure gives all leaders a better chance to serve. Also, chapters can work together on health and fitness clubs, athlete leadership teams, and global messenger opportunities. And more volunteers will be able to mentor because mentors might help athletes from another chapter.
Awesome. And last question. So you mentioned athlete leadership teams. So as the representative for your region on the Regional Olympic Council, how can you and your fellow athlete representatives best support each other?
Chapters can help each other, for example, start an athlete leadership team and share ideas. We formed a regional athlete leadership team so that we, the representatives, can continue sharing best practices and provide athlete input to the regional goals. Our first meeting was on Thursday. As a region, we are closer to each other than previous region input council structure.
Great, thank you, and I will say that Amanda truly did a great job with the first regional athlete leadership team meeting. Also want to give a quick shout out to her mentor Alice Moat and her dad Fred, who are also terrific mentors to Amanda, and all of and all of Bethlehem's athletes, and soon the rest of the region. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Julie.
Thank you. Awesome job, Amanda. Way to represent the region. Nice job, nice job. And it was wonderful. I was able to attend the Regional Input Council meeting, and it's a prime example of the first point on this lesson learned, and that's the importance of feedback from everyone. I think I would go back to what Will Wise said earlier, is that you're all leaders, right? And so I think let's embrace that idea and continue to move that formula forward. And so look to everyone who's involved and where everyone can lead, because the final product and the final outcome will be all the better for it when we all work together. So I think that will be key for us. It's been great also to sort of more formally establish communications across chapters and idea sharing. So maybe someone does a raffle and it was particularly successful for them. Now we have a mechanism to share those ideas and help to facilitate activities. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Maybe there's something that's worked really well for someone else, and they're happy and eager to share it. Being engaged, I think engagement is a key. Everyone knows that. And again, going back to Will a little bit more, be a contributor. Be on the other side of the top there. So when you approach change, when you look at this, and there'll be days maybe that you feel like you're a little farther perhaps at the other end, but I would say that again, we all win when we're all contributors at the top end of that goal setting mark. And also remember, it's my little mini sports analogy here. It's a marathon and not a sprint, right? We're going to do this over the long haul, and we learn as we go. But we just want to make sure that we understand this is a process, and it's not going to happen overnight. So we're mindful of those steps, and that we're open and flexible all along the way. And now it's my pleasure to introduce up next Senior Field Director, Gina Reed.
Thanks, Julie. Hi, everyone. It's incredible to look back on all that we've accomplished in the last year, and I'm excited to talk about how we move forward in regionalization. We're going to scratch the surface today, but our field team will be hosting a session in October where we'll dig a little bit deeper into the information that Tony and I are about to share. Today's going to be kind of like the appetizer to get you hungry to learn some more. So let's get started. All of the future regions will benefit from what we've learned from the Greater Lehigh Valley, as they've really helped to create a path for the future regions to follow. Because of the work that they've done, we're better prepared to set up future regions. In order to set you up for success, there's some really important pre-work that needs to happen within the prospective regions. We're going to highlight two areas today for you to focus on. And it's really important to note that your field director will be working with you through each of these steps. We're going to focus on what you can do in your local program, as well as what you can do at the regional level. So I'm going to start with what you can do at the local program level. As you can see, the first thing is to identify your strengths and opportunities within your local program. To do that, your field director is going to work with you to create and complete a SWOT analysis. If you're not familiar with what that is, it really asks you to really look introspectively at your program and identify what your strengths are, your weaknesses, what opportunities you and your program have, as well as look at what some of the threats or challenges that your program faces as well. Some things to consider for that is what programs does your program offer? What community partners are you currently working with? How are you promoting or advertising? How are you recruiting volunteers and athletes? What do your finances look like? And perhaps what is your access to technology? So all of those things will contribute to getting good information for that SWOT analysis. And again, that's something that you'll work very closely with your field director to complete in preparation for regionalization. The next thing is really just solidifying your leadership. Our goal is to make sure that your program is as strong as possible as you head into the region. You know, we want to look at, do you have positions. Do you have somebody that's really been a great volunteer for many, many, many years, but they're ready to take a step back? Are there people in positions that are best suited to their skill sets? Are there other people within your program that show potential for strong leadership to lead you into the future? So again, all things that we want you to talk about with your field director. One really important thing that we want you to do is to update your program communication and contact lists, and that's for athletes and volunteers. How are you currently communicating? Do you use phone a lot? Do you use email? Do you have a newsletter that you communicate? And who's the person that's responsible for that? It's going to be really important that we have good means of communicating with our local programs. So trying to gather all of that information in one place will be putting together a good contact list that will be inclusive of emails and phone numbers. And again, that would apply to volunteers as well as athletes. Again, communication is going to be really important, should be important now as you work within your local programs, but even more important as we expand our reach and move into regions. And the last thing that I'm going to talk about really quickly is just making sure that you are regularly communicating with your local program about regionalization. That can happen in a variety of different formats. As I mentioned, if you use newsletters, putting in a little blurb on a regular basis about regionalization to share updates. Maybe you schedule a quarterly Zoom meeting with your local programs. Fingers crossed, we don't have to do Zoom meetings for all of 2021, but in the foreseeable future, it's Zoom meetings. So scheduling a Zoom meeting with your program where you invite everybody to come in and you share updates and allow them to ask questions. And maybe it's as simple as a program email that you're sharing. But why is that important? We want to be asking for feedback. We want people to be asking questions. It's really important now for you to get a pulse on how your program's feeling about the process. That's going to allow you to address questions and concerns in advance. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tony Gillespie. Tony's a SOPA board member, and he's played a critical role in moving us forward in regionalization. Tony, take it away.
Thank you, Gina. I just want to begin by thanking everyone here for staying with us and sharing our activities. What I'm going to be focusing on today is getting to know the region. Can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. All right, so let me begin with a few things that I'd like to leave with you today. And the first is, it's never too soon to begin to start this process. So even though you may be looking at yourself and saying, well, I saw the timeline before and it looks like it's 2021 and 2023, 24. I'm here to say that for us to be successful, maybe after this meeting, some of the programs in their region should begin getting together. I am located in Montgomery County, and we have a pretty good sense of where we were. We have a terrific leader in Scott Audubon who has just done a wonderful job with Montgomery County, but I already know that he's reached out to Bucks County, to Chester County, Delaware County, and Philadelphia County, and knows all those people, all the leadership in those various counties. To not have a large geographic footprint, so it makes it easier for us to have those contacts already. There are going to be some other regions where their geographic area is much, much wider, and those meetings and introductions have not necessarily begun and are probably going to be a little bit harder to foster. So the key point that I really want to hone in on again is that just begin, get started earlier, and hopefully it'll make the process a lot easier. The second thing, which I think is everybody has seen, is your field director is really, really important, and it will be very, very helpful through this whole planning process. And you know, Gina is one of those, and all my dealings with her have been just so tremendously informative and helpful. You have a great resource in all your field directors, and they will help you to get really to collect the data that you need to get started. And that's a very important thing to get on the process of being successful. And that's pretty much what all this is put together is to make this a successful situation for everybody. And hopefully by collecting that data and discussing and meeting with on a quarterly basis with your field managers, discuss such things as you know, sponsorships and fundraising and vendors, training sites, and the social activities that are maybe unique to your specific program, but could be implemented with other programs within your region. So, you know, we can work definitely to move that forward. And finally, the last thing I want to talk about is training assessments, and there may be certain areas where regions can coordinate a better training site for the future. Sometimes, you know, we're always looking around, and I know we have some activities with various places that historically have been, but once the region programs start communicating, better ideas may come forward on that. So hopefully that'll be one of the things. So, and the last thing I want to share with you is that you know, our field directors are putting together a meeting, and they've picked a date for Thursday, October 8th at 7 o'clock. And that'll be the first one really to kind of kick off and be helpful putting that together. So I encourage everyone to put that on their calendar and get ready to find out exactly what's going to be going on. So, all right. So finally, this wraps up the portion of the redevelopment or reorganization portion of our presentation today. We have left some room for some questions, and I'm sure you've all been submitting them in the chat room. So I'll turn it back to Susan, and she can take it from here. Thanks, Susan.
Thanks, Tony. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle Boone, our Vice President of Sports, to facilitate the question portion. Michelle.
Hi, everybody. So only 2 questions so far in the chat. So just as a reminder, if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them into the chat box. We'll try to get to most of them today. If there are some questions that we're not able to answer during this call, we will be putting together kind of a Q&A document, which we'll post up on the website under the reorg updates section. So our first question I will toss over to Julie. It was, were most of the new team, so your regional team, previously involved in Special Olympics?
A great question. And the short answer is actually no. We come from varying backgrounds. I come from primarily nonprofit management, everything from public broadcasting to arts management and education. And Greg is Greg Bott, who is our director of development, comes from an agency that does serve folks with intellectual disabilities, but not Special Olympics. So he had a great understanding of the community in general. Jason comes from a sports and / events background, everything from organizing sort of large scale sporting events on the beach to other kinds of events that are held, culinary and of the sort. And Karina has a varied background in volunteer management and also working with nonprofits. So I think the lesson there is it's going to be different for everyone, right? I think that probably when they started the process, I know in searching for me, and Carol and someone else can probably speak to this, that was probably part of the process and part of the retooling and deciding what was be a good fit. And same for me, when we were looking for to fill the positions, it was really important to be thorough. And we looked at some of those considerations. And sometimes it's a very important consideration, but when you look at the compilation of your team, we feel like we really have a great skill set combined for all of us to move forward with our region. So it kind of goes back to every instance is going to be unique and be flexible as you go through the process. Any others?
Awesome, thanks, Julie.
Thanks.
One of the other ones that had come in, and Jason, I will throw this to you. How many chapters were represented at the snowboarding training, and what was the furthest distance that an athlete traveled? Jason, are you muted?
There we go. Thanks, Michelle. Ashley, the head coach, she contacted every one of our regional chapters when starting the program. And what came out of that was actually 5 chapters participating, 3 of them from our region. And we also had Montgomery and Chester County as well. So we had athletes traveling from as far as an hour and a half away from some of those counties. And I did know that she let me know that she actually has 2 more chapters looking to participate next season.
Great.
Good, that's great. Susan, one of the questions that had just come in was, what is the next region to be developed? Do you just want to elaborate on that timeline a little bit?
Again, because of COVID, we pushed that process back. We were hoping to already have made that selection and start moving forward with the pre-planning for the next 2 regions. We have some of the ideas in mind. The process we did with Region 5 is we went out and talked to all the chapters within the region, got feedback from them, assessed. It's quite an assessment process to look at resources available, management teams already in place, possibility for growth. I mean, there's growth opportunity across the entire state. So we do not have the next 2 regions chosen. The reorg committee will be meeting, start meeting probably in January to start talking about who the next regions should be, what will make the most sense in the current environment, which hopefully won't be the current environment next year. And the goal is by mid-year, hopefully at Summer Games next year, we will be able to propose to the board who we think the next 2 regions will be. So stay tuned.
All right, and I think maybe one more. I'll keep an eye on the clock here. Julie, I'll toss this at you. If you want to throw it to somebody else, that's great. But will local chapters still offer training, or will it all be regional?
Well, I will say that yes, local chapters will offer training at training sites. What will be different, however, is that athletes will be able to go to training sites throughout the region. So in our case, I'll give a very specific example. If you live in Bethlehem, but you're in West Bethlehem, and so the training site for the sport that you want to participate in is actually a little closer to your house, and it's actually in Lehigh County, you can participate in the training site in Lehigh County, because now we are all regional athletes. So all of those training sites are your training sites. So you have access to all of them, and you'll be able to choose. Perhaps there'll be a sport that's offered in a training site for a chapter that's adjacent to where you live. That gives you the opportunity to perhaps try a new sport that hadn't been offered previously from your program in the local county.
Awesome, thanks, Julie. We had 2 more that came in, so I'm going to try to squeeze at least one of them in here quick. But for Jordan, I think this is important, right? The question was, how many athletes can be part of the reopening process? So maybe Jordan and Amanda, we'll toss that to you.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I missed that.
How many athletes can be part of the regionalization process?
So does that be a part of the regional athlete leadership team? Is that, or, so with that, that's the regional athlete leadership team is a step above the chapter athlete leadership team. And so each of the chairs from the chapter athlete leadership teams will be meeting with the regional input council representative at least on a quarterly basis. And then, so Amanda,
Yes.
one of the things that the team decided the other night was they're going to start doing, they're going to meet again next month, but they may scale back or do more, whatever makes most sense for the group, but at least once a quarter. And so that way the regional input council representative can report out to the rest of the team.
Yes, and it has to be only athlete reps trained have to be trained to attend the regional athlete leadership team. No global messengers, only athlete reps who are trained.
Well, except if you're an athlete rep that happens to be a global messenger, or,
Yep.
or you have to be an athlete rep to be an athlete leadership team chair. That's what it is.
Yep.
All right, that's great. Thank you, guys. Susan, I will pass it back over to you. There were a few more questions that got dropped in there. Again, we'll work on pulling together answers to all of those and post them up on the website.
Thank you, everybody. I think this was a great start to the day. I'm excited. We had a poll that we're not going to be able to put up there, but I want to put this question out there anyway. So please feel free to comment in the chat section. What part about reorg are you most excited about? Is it the fundraising opportunities, more sports and competition opportunities, more athletes and volunteers, more new friends? And I just wanted to make a brief comment about the snowboarding. As you heard from the report out from the coach of that, not only was it a regional team, but it's cross-regional. So we're really moving towards a Special Olympics without borders. So very excited about it. Again, want to hear from everybody what you're most excited about. Thank you so much for spending your time with us this morning. We really appreciated presenting to you, and please stay tuned. Great things coming from the reorg team. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Susan and the reorg team. Appreciate all your hard work. And once again, if anyone has any questions we didn't answer, we'll be sure to get those answers out to everybody in the next week or two. So we'll be able to make sure that we've had the opportunity to chat with everybody. So now we're immediately going to go into our next presentation, and it is with pleasure that I introduce my colleague, Chelsea, who's going to be managing her team and their presentation. So take it away, Chelsea.
Great, thanks, Carolyn. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Return to Activity session at the 2020 Virtual Leadership Conference. As Carolyn mentioned, my name is Chelsea Hamill, and I have been with Special Olympics Pennsylvania for just about 6 years now. And I've had in my time here the opportunity, the pleasure to work with many of you. For those of you that I haven't yet met, it's nice to meet you. I look forward to the day in which we are able to meet in person. I am here joined by quite a few of my colleagues. They will briefly introduce themselves prior to presenting. Just a few housekeeping or ground rules. All attendees are muted, and we would highly encourage you to utilize the chat box. It should be down below. Drop your chats in. We want to hear from you. We will have a 10-minute Q&A at the end, similar to the session before. So please, again, use that chat box. We want you to take note of who is presenting today. Our staff is here to support you. So following this presentation, if you have any outstanding questions, I would highly encourage you to reach out to the staff accordingly. So let's get this party started. Haley, you can go to the next slide. So we are here today hosting this session because, as I'm sure you all know, we are experiencing a global pandemic. And like the rest of the world, Special Olympics Pennsylvania really needed to figure out how to reopen as well as, and not just reopen, how do we provide meaningful opportunities for everyone that we serve within Special Olympics? We want to provide meaningful opportunities for our athletes, our unified partners, our coaches, our families, our volunteers. So our staff discussed for months, literally months. In addition to our staff discussing, we took in feedback from our local programs, our local chapters. We collaborated with Special Olympics International, our headquarters office, as well as Special Olympics North America. And of course, we wanted to follow relevant information from the state of Pennsylvania, as well as the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. A lot of people know that organization as the CDC. We rolled out a plan with that had an appendix in July, so just a month ago. And together they really provided guidance on training and competition, meeting and social gatherings, and fundraising activities. Since then, we have continued to update that guidance as information is constantly available to us. So as our locals, it's important that you know that we are encouraging you to refer to the COVID-19 page on the Special Olympics Pennsylvania website, where all of our return to activities information lives. Next slide. So our return to activities plan, which I mentioned was available and shared in July, now lives on our website, takes a phased approach. So as noted here on the slide, you can see that there are 5 phases, A through E, A, B, C, D, E. Phase A is at-home virtual training, at-home virtual training. Although at-home virtual training is really going to be available at all times throughout the year. Only counties by the state of Pennsylvania as being in the green phase are permitted to conduct in-person activities. So phase B allows in-person, so again, now we went from virtual to phase B through E in person. Phase B is going to allow in person for 10 participants. Now 10 participants mean everyone involved with Special Olympics. So this is going to be athletes, it's going to be unified partners, it's going to be our coaches, it's our volunteers. Up to 10 total participants. Phase C is going to be up to 25 total participants. Phase D, up to 50 participants. And last but not least, phase E, which is going to allow up to 150 total participants. This fall, again, we rolled out the plan in July. So this fall season, we are only allowing phases A, B, and C. We are not allowing phases D and E. And really, we're doing that so just that we're moving forward very cautiously, as this is, again, the first rollout of our reopening. The content of this session is focused really on the bulleted list on the bottom half of this graphic. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the bulleted list, as again, my colleagues are going to talk more about that. So next slide. Special Olympics North America conducted what they called a COVID-19 Athlete Impact Survey, a COVID-19 Athlete Impact Survey. Over 2,800 athletes across the United States completed the survey. Maybe if you're a Special Olympics Pennsylvania athlete, you might have completed this survey. One of their key findings resulted in this statement, which is pretty impactful. And I'm going to read the statement on the slide. Athletes who have access to Special Olympics resources and stay in contact with Special Olympics may be more likely to take preventative measures against COVID-19 and feel more confident in their abilities to protect themselves. Who thinks that's pretty impactful? I know I do. So Special Olympics plays a really critical and important and positive role in the lives of our athletes as they navigate this global pandemic. Our staff here today is here to tell you a little bit about the programming that is going to make a difference in the lives of our athletes. So the first colleague you're going to hear from is Bruce. Bruce, over to you.
All right, good. Now I'm on. All right, how's everyone doing? My name is Bruce Bach. I am the Senior Competition Director here at SOPA, and this is my very first leadership conference, so I'm very excited to be here with all of you today. So Matt shared some really powerful statistics earlier today. Those numbers really show how much our athletes need us now more than ever. Our mission here at SOPA is to provide year-round training and competition for all of our athletes. And that commitment to our athletes has never been more important than it is today. We know how important the relationships between a coach and an athlete is, and how much of an impact that our coaches have on their lives. So returning to training and competition right now will help bring a sense of normalcy. It will help to provide that social interaction and that reconnecting the athletes with their friends. And as you heard from Chelsea just a moment ago, it will really help to improve our athletes' physical and mental health. So think about that. Think about the impact that you all have on our athletes and how much you are missing them. And then think about what you can do to support our athletes. Here's a snapshot of the sport opportunities for this fall. In-person and at-home training resumed on August 1st. We provided sport-specific guidance and conducted webinars for both in-person and at-home training and competition. Those recordings are now posted on our COVID-19 protocols return to activities webpage. So you can go back and listen to them there. Like Matt mentioned earlier, there are two very exciting opportunities that are coming along very shortly. Lauren will talk to you about the National Stride Challenge and the Fitness Heptathlon that will be available later this fall. So currently there's 12 sites that are training in person in Phase B and 5 sites that are training in Phase C. As a reminder, in order to participate in in-person training, the training site COVID-19 coordinator must complete that site registration and advancement form and receive approval before they may begin training. So on the right side, you can see the list of training sites that are currently offering the at-home trainings for our athletes. Currently, there's only 5 programs offering at-home trainings. Again, for at-home training, the field team has shared out a at-home training coach roster form, which should be completed before you start training as well. So if you have any questions related to the at-home registration or the in-person training registration, please reach out to your field director. So as you can see from these slides, we really have some work to do to get our athletes back into training, whether it's in person or at home. So next slide, I'll provide you with some more information. So on last week's webinar, we shared out some tips on how to engage your athletes with and without access to the internet. So when you're training your athletes at home virtually, we recommended that you schedule your training sessions just like you would for in-person training. You know, schedule your trainings the same days, the same times as you normally would, and really set those same standards and expectations as you would have in person. So if you know that they're working hard on the field, they should be working hard, you know, at home. So let's really put them to the test. And, you know, this is a time where we can really focus on their skills and their fitness level. But most importantly and additionally, we also want to make sure that we're connecting with those athletes that don't have access to a computer or internet. We want you to still reach out to those athletes. We want to keep them engaged. And you can do that by mailing some printed resources to them. You can call them on their home phone, their cell phones. There's multiple free conference call services that you can utilize. That way you can connect more than one athlete and coaches together, again, for that social interaction. We also heard some really cool things that some of the local programs and coaches are doing utilizing social media, whether it's through Facebook or Instagram. Some coaches even talked about text messaging their athletes to make sure that they're participating, make sure that they're training. So this time, it's really an opportunity where we need to be creative to ensure that we're really engaging and connecting with as many athletes as we can. So as you're aware, the fall competitions this fall will be virtual. Fall sectionals will be held Saturday, October 3rd, and Fall Fest will remain the weekend of November 6th through the 8th. Sectionals and Fall Fest, again, they'll both include the opening ceremonies, competition highlights, healthy athletes, Olympic Village activities. However, the committees are working really hard to create a new and engaging experience. We want to make sure that everything that we are doing is fresh. It's not going to be a repeat of what was done before. Really, searching the internet, thinking outside the box, being as creative as we can to really just provide the best experience that we can for our athletes. Also, like summer games, we want to make sure that we are athlete-centered. So we will again be reaching out to the coaches and local programs to get pictures of athletes, to get videos of our athletes competing. But unlike summer games, we will be divisioning and awarding to offer that competitive experience. So for both sectionals and Fall Fest, we will first be division based on if athletes are training in-home or if they are training in person. So there'll be two separate divisions based on at home and in person to create a fair opportunity there. For sectionals, athletes will then be divisioned by the submitted qualifying scores according to East, Central, and West. And then we will division by age, ability, and gender. Also new, for those of you that were not on those calls, we will also be able to offer roller skating and flag football at the sectional level. Additionally, we will also be separately divisioning each of the individual skills competitions, which is different than we normally do. But in this environment, we want to create as many opportunities and give as many awards as we can away to our athletes. And then their submitted final scores will be basing that off for their awards. So for Fall Fest, we'll use the same process of collecting the qualifying scores for divisioning, but the athletes will be divisioned across the state as opposed to East, Central, and West, like we are doing for sectionals. And we will be awarding appropriately based off of those decisions. So at this time, I would like to turn over to Lauren Salter, who will be talking about those two new exciting opportunities that Matt was talking about. So take it away, Lauren.
All right, thank you, Bruce. Appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. We're coming down to that last stretch of this series here. Definitely excited to share with you some really awesome opportunities that are coming available for our athletes. The Fitness Heptathlon and the National Stride Challenge, both wonderful, wonderful opportunities. We're going to kind of hit on the high points today. I'm not going to get too into the weeds because we are going to have more resources and information coming available at a later point. So if you take a look at the slide here, you've seen this a couple times today, but I thought it was really important to just reiterate just how important all of these things that we're showing you is. Health. Health is so important. We have a unique opportunity to offer some new things to our athletes right now. So remembering that 2, 2, 5, and 16. Twice as likely to be obese, twice as likely to have cardiovascular disease, 5 times as likely to have diabetes, and have a 16-year shorter life expectancy. Those are some pretty stark things. Definitely worth reiterating. The quote I love on here is from Tim Shriver, chairman of Special Olympics International, and it says, "Nothing is more important than the answer to this question. Are we getting our athletes healthier and fitter with a chance to get better and win?" So these things I'm going to show you, we're emphasizing health, but we're also emphasizing becoming a better athlete through this entire process. So these are some big picture items as a whole. And we're going to take a little deeper dive into where our athletes in Pennsylvania specifically stand against global statistics and North American statistics. So this data comes from healthy athlete screenings from 2016 to 2019. So this is pretty relevant data right here. So a couple of points I want to emphasize on here, if you take a look, is look on the Pennsylvania category here, and we have athletes, 55% of our athletes that had gone through healthy athletes were at least obese. Okay, so that's a pretty stark number comparing to 35% globally. If you look at some of the other numbers, 75% of our folks that had gone through those screenings had flexibility issues. 77 had balance issues. 65% had strength problems, and 23% fell into that overweight category. So we definitely have some points where we can help our athletes and provide some different opportunities here. So these were very eye-opening to me when I saw these statistics. I was like, no way. And then the more I thought about it, it's like, yeah, that definitely makes sense. And we have to do something about that. So that's my call to action to you as local leadership, as coaches within the movement, that we can do more for our athletes. Next slide, please. So one of those unique opportunities is the fitness heptathlon. So we'll start on the heptathlon as a competition model that we'll talk about, and then we'll go into the stride challenge. So this is a competition that is going to begin November 15th, so a little bit after Fall Fest. Have that opportunity available. There was a national task force that was compiled to come up with 2 different models to offer that competitive nature, a focus on fitness, to get folks moving, and really to offer a different, unique opportunity. So the goal of this was to get people active and create better athletes, to make it open to all athletes and unified partners. So in Pennsylvania, we are allowing folks, if you're doing an at-home training, if you're doing another fall sport, if you're doing any other sport, you can still do the fitness heptathlon. You get that bonus there in with that, all right? We wanted this to be as accessible as possible. We wanted it to meet the needs of all athletes. So it's not just athletes that are able to walk super fast or run super fast and our highest level athletes. We want to make sure that the varying ability levels of our athlete across the state are able to participate fully. So that includes those with ambulatory concerns or that may be in a wheelchair. They can fully participate. It's not just some separate section. They're fully included within this fitness heptathlon that we have available. Participants can compete as individuals, as a part of a doubles or a unified doubles, or as part of a team or a unified team. And those teams are made up of 4 individuals. So what is unique about this is the divisioning aspect. The next slide will talk more about how the scoring works and what the menu looks like. But the divisioning is going to be done based on age, gender, and a percentage of improvement that folks have within the exercises that they choose from the heptathlon menu of exercises there. Next slide, please. So here you're going to see the various exercises that we have available for our first round of the fitness heptathlon. So you'll see that we are focusing on cardiovascular endurance, on muscular strength, agility. We're hitting various fitness components within this. And where this is unique is that an individual is able to choose 7, hence the heptathlon name, 7 exercises from this menu, whatever 7 that they want to. And they will test on those 7 exercises. They'll get a score. At the midpoint of our season, they'll test on those same 7. They'll get a score of how much they improved, okay? So that percentage of improvement is what that score is at the midpoint, and that's what we would use to division. At the end of the season, they would do that test again on those same 7, and then they would get a score based upon how much they improved from that midpoint to the end of the season there, all right? And then depending on where they fall as their percentage of improvement for the end of the season, within their division is how they would be awarded there. Let's go on to the next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about scoring. We talked about some of the exercises. We're going to have a number of resources available to folks. We do not expect that anybody that is coaching within our fitness heptathlon to be a fitness expert by any means. We want this to be as turnkey, as simple as possible, as fun as possible. We want to keep people engaged. So we're developing different things. Pennsylvania is developing things, the Fitness Task Force is developing things that all go together to make this as turnkey as possible. So we are working on creating a training guide for coaches that will have some trainings already built out for you based upon whatever type of fitness category the exercises fall into for your individual athlete's needs. We're working on some one-pagers that will very easily lay out what those exercises are, what the procedures are, how they should be completed, so they're done safely. We're also going to be having some videos developed so those procedures can be very easily viewed, just trying to keep it as visual and easy as possible for everyone. And then also we will be hosting some training webinars to provide super in-depth information, allow for questions so that everybody goes into this season 100% comfortable in what they're doing. So those things are being worked on, and that's hence part of the reason why that start time is that November 15th. So gives that time to make sure that we have all the materials ready to give to all of our programs so they're ready to roll and feel 100% confident in what they're doing. So let's talk a little bit about our incentives for participation. So there's a lot of positives to this. One of those is to engage athletes regardless of their health status. Maybe they're doing all trainings at home. Maybe they're doing, they just want to do fitness heptathlon. Maybe they're doing small group in-person trainings. You're able to engage everyone in this aspect. Increase the health of the participants is also a great incentive, a wonderful opportunity to build some confidence, increase those health stats of individuals. It's a unique opportunity for us to engage new partners, new donors, involve them in our unified teams and doubles, make new connections, engage your existing volunteers in a unique way so they can be more involved in your programs, as our programs look a little bit different right at this time. We are also going to be awarding just at state level events with awards as well, so medals as awards. Key thing to this is that there's little to no equipment required to participate in this. So you do not need this ton of equipment. You don't need dumbbells, you don't need barbells, you don't need a fitness bench. This is completely able to be done at home with next to nothing. And then there's the other fun part of you don't have to just do the fitness heptathlon. If you want to do any other sport, you're within that training season, you're able to do that as well. All right, so we've talked fitness heptathlon. Let's jump into the Stride Challenge. So this is the one opportunity that's coming before the fitness heptathlon with that start date of October 1st. So what this is a national challenge that's open to everyone. We're going to be utilizing Strava. Okay, so that is just a fitness tracking app that's free. You're able to use any of your tracking devices that will completely upload into Strava to count that distance for you. And there's also an option to be able to manually input that data for somebody that may not have direct access. So might need a little assistance, but they are still able to participate. There will be national leaderboards. There will be national leaderboards developed that you're able to see where folks rank. And the next slide, we're going to talk about the different options of challenges available for folks. So everybody has that opportunity to see where they land on their leaderboard. Strava has some unique advantages and cool features that we're able to set up as Pennsylvania. You can challenge other counties, we can challenge other states, and see where we rank with all of that to keep it fresh and fun. Oh, back one more, there we go. So there are different levels of challenges, and those are to meet the needs of different levels of athletes and unified partners, anybody that we have participating. So there's levels of challenge of 25 miles, 50 miles, 100, or 150 plus miles. And there are some guidelines that we have made available here. So you'll see light activity folks might want to aim for that 25 to 50 mile range. So they're exercising maybe 1 to 2 times per week. Moderate level folks should aim for maybe 100 miles. And remember, this is a long period of time. This isn't something that we expect them to accomplish during 1 week. So over that long period of time, that 10 weeks, we want to see folks do that. So moderate is 100 miles. If you have some really highly active folks, they should be aiming for that 150 plus mile option there. So different levels of options. We're going to have some more information becoming available as far as registration and incentives and whatnot as they become available. So, and I'll also just mention on this, it was on the other slide, but I failed to mention it, was that this is available to everyone. It is a walk, run, and roll. And roll is to include our folks that are utilizing wheelchairs. So that doesn't include bikes, just to be like or scooters or other modes of transportation other than wheelchairs, just to be specific about that. And with that, I will pass it on over to my colleague, Jim.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Jim Binns. I'm the Western Field Director. Let's talk about meetings and social gatherings. Now, it's important at the start to note that meetings and social activities are permitted. They fall under the same guidelines as in-person training. Your county must be in Pennsylvania's green phase. Your COVID-19 coordinator must be identified. Only 10 participants can be approved, and all your paperwork must be completed and approved, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Participants are athletes, unified partners, coaches, volunteers, family members, caregivers, staff, anyone else who might be there. They may not participate if they're considered in the high risk category. Next. So it's imperative that everyone follows the guidelines for returning to activity. Think seriously about the value of moving away from virtuality. It's safer, it's more inclusive to stay virtual for now. Can the outcome or objective of a meeting be met virtually? If so, that's always the best way to go. Your management team meetings can be virtual, or you can do a conference call, or you can even send your agenda via email or regular mail, get everyone to put their report in and send it to you, compile it all together and send it back out as minutes. If you have a recording secretary, this could be their job. If you're concerned about how to do a conference call, or if you're having trouble with some of your virtual possibilities, talk to your field director. We can help out with a lot of that. If your global messenger or another volunteer is asked to speak at a Rotary meeting or a Knights of Columbus meeting or at school, consider providing a Zoom link so it can be virtual, or pre-record your speech and have it played for the group that way. Next. So if you decide, wait, are we next? There we go. If you decide to submit a request for an in-person meeting or a social gathering, it's imperative that everyone follows the guidelines for returning to activity. Now, these are the same forms that you use to request in-person training. The site registration and advancement form, it's the pink one. And code of conduct, the participant code of conduct and risk assessment form is the baby blue one. You use those, you'll see those forms around. Your COVID-19 coordinator should have those. Once you've sent your site in and gotten it approved, then we will share with the COVID-19 coordinator the screening and tracking report form for you to screen and track all of your meetings, all of your social events that you decide to do that way. COVID-19 coordinator submits the forms and oversees the risk assessment. Next. So there are a lot of things to think about in deciding if a meeting or an activity should be in person. We thought it'd be helpful to look at some potential social activities that you may consider hosting. For example, you have an approved long-distance run walking team. They're training at the local park and they decide, hey, we'd like to have a bring your own lunch gathering for after practice. Well, they do not need to fill out another site request form because it's the same site. They do not need to do the COVID participants form because all of those participants have already been screened and cleared for the in-person activity. They're good to go as soon as they're ready. That same team, though, maybe decides, hey, on Tuesday night, we want to have a backyard movie night at Coach Joe's house. Well, now that's going to require a new site request form because it's a new location and a new time. Also, the participants might be different. Some of the players on the team may decide not to come. Others may come. You may have siblings. There may be coaches' kids. You need a new code of conduct and risk assessment for any new participants. Your COVID-19 coordinator must ensure all the safety protocols are followed for that event. Maybe your local program would like to have a picnic. It's been a long time. We want to have a nice picnic outdoors. That's kind of a tradition. Remember, there's a maximum of 10 participants, no high-risk participants. All of the guidelines need to be met. All of the paperwork needs to be met, and there are special guidelines for food things. So only wrapped food may be provided. No shared drink dispensers or containers. Your COVID-19 coordinator must ensure the safety protocols, and you know what those are. You have to wipe things down and prepare things. Your screening and tracking report needs completed. You must wear masks. There's social distancing. Only 10 participants, remember, for your picnic. So these picnics are going to be really very small, like team things, and it's probably better if you're already an approved site to do it as a bring your lunch activity. What about a karaoke night or a talent night or an art show night? All of these are great things, and they can and should be done virtually. You can include everyone that way, even high-risk people. Anyone can participate on that kind of thing. And there's information on at-home training rules. If you see the information on at-home training rules, you'll see that all of that is in there. There's also on our website an at-home engagement ideas piece. It shows you a little bit about what kind of things that you can expect to do and some great ideas for gatherings. Next. So always be on the lookout for the safest way to work with your participants. There are many guidelines on the SOPA webpage. You can Google for more ideas. You can go to the CDC site, the state site. Just be aware of a couple things. So how do you or the participants feeling? If one of your athletes looks like they're ill, or if one of your coaches just doesn't feel well, don't risk it. Go home. Don't be a part of that. Make sure that you take care of it. Make sure that you send material electronically so everyone can have their own copy, that you're not sending out copies of things that maybe have the virus in it. Follow your rules for transporting athletes. As you can see, there's a lot of rules for transporting athletes right now, so pay attention to those. Watch who attends any in-person function. Limit the contact that your athletes and your participants have. Think about how to make everything as safe as possible. And as always, go to the SOPA website and look for that plan and appendix. So it has all of the information on it. It's all there. You'll be able to look everything up and find out what needs to be done and what can be done. Next slide. So we know all of this stuff going on is different and it's difficult. And in some programs, it's practically impossible. Our SOPA staff, we meet virtually every chance we get. I haven't seen anyone I work with since March. Actually, it might have even been February. So that's okay. We're getting used to doing virtual things. We're being part of that. And it's difficult and different, but we can do it. Everyone at the state office, everyone at SOPA appreciates very, very much the hard work that you're doing to keep Special Olympics functioning as best we can function at this time. Keep the safety and the well-being of our athletes and our volunteers in mind at all times. Do your best to engage and connect with them and keep everyone safe. You know, one of these days, we're going to be back to normal. And personally, I just can't wait. So let me pass this on then to Carrie Jamin.
Hello guys, Carrie Yaman, and I am the Director of State Law Enforcement Torch Run Events and Engagement. I first just want to say that for those of you who have already submitted fundraising activity forms, and for those of you in the process of doing so, thank you for your willingness to consider to host these events and for walking through this process with us. It's all new to all of us, and my phone email box is always open to you, and please just make sure to ask those questions. We're here to help. So as we review the fundraising guidelines, it is important to remember that these guidelines and procedures will vary from the return to activity guidelines. This is due to the fact that fundraising activities are focused towards the general public and are aligned with the guidelines of the CDC state and local government and Special Olympics International. While these guidelines apply to all state, regional, and local events. I will be focusing specifically on the local and regional level for today. So what is a fundraising activity? Simply put, it's an activity which financially supports a local program or regional program. As we return to in-person fundraising activities, it has become a requirement for those hosting a fundraising activity to submit a fundraising activity and mitigation form online. We will view that form just here in a little bit, and I can direct you to where it is, but you will find it under the COVID-19 resources return to activities page. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, totally skipped. If you can go back, that'd be great. So anytime that you are submitting this, we are asking that you submit 4 weeks in advance of the activity. We obviously know that there may be an inability to do that at certain periods, so we're flexible, but 4 weeks is the preferred time. And this does include third-party events, check presentations, and follow-up events. Next slide. So there's two types of fundraising activities that we are going to focus on today. Local program fundraising activities, which are any fundraising activity which is managed by or receiving volunteers or staff support from a local program, region, or SOPA state office. We then have third-party fundraising events, and these events are activities which are not managed or supported by the local program, region, or SOPA state office. Athletes and volunteers are invited to attend. Funds are supporting the local program, but athletes and volunteers are not playing a role in the fundraising activity. Liability is also assumed by the third-party fundraising host. Third-party fundraising activities are not required to receive approval, but must submit the fundraising activity form. If a volunteer is supporting the fundraising activity that's being hosted as a third-party event, those individuals volunteering would still have to meet the SOPA representative guidelines, which we are going to review next. So next slide. So what is a SOPA representative? A SOPA representative is any athlete, athlete leader, program volunteer, management team member, law enforcement torch run volunteer, or staff, SOPA staff member. So SOPA representatives who meet SOPA's high-risk criteria per the CDC may not participate in any capacity. When considering volunteering, ask yourself, do I fall within the guidelines to return to activity? If that answer is no, unfortunately, you will not be able to volunteer at this time. If you're unsure what those high-risk guidelines are, they can be found under the Return to Activity appendix, or you can ask your field director or myself. Happy to review that document with you. SOPA representatives are required to complete a COVID-19 Code of Conduct and Risk Assessment form prior to participating in a volunteer capacity before the fundraising activity. So if you are supporting in a volunteer role, you do need to submit that COVID-19 Code of Conduct form. If you are a SOPA representative and wish to participate in a fundraising activity as a paying participant, so you want to go as a guest, you are more than welcome to do so. You are assuming liability for your safety, just as any other paying participant would be doing. If you are hosting a fundraising activity, it's really important to not guilt any of your volunteers into volunteering. So please do not pressure any SOPA representatives to support your fundraising activity. We also ask that any roles that are needed to be filled are very specific. I know myself, when I'm planning polar plunges, sometimes I have a tendency to invite extra volunteers to fill in just those unexpected roles. Really think through where you need volunteers and be very specific on where you're assigning those SOPA representatives. And then all SOPA representatives must be screened before the start of the event and it is the responsibility of the fundraising activity COVID coordinator to ensure that that has happened. Next slide. Okay, so we're at the process now. So you've identified you want to host a fundraising activity. The next step is to identify a COVID coordinator for your event. This does not have to be the individual who is serving as the COVID coordinator for your local program, but that individual that you are selecting is required to attend the event and is responsible for ensuring participant waivers, which we'll touch on, and the screening and tracking form is completed. The next step would be to fill out the fundraising activity and mitigation form. Forms are reviewed every Wednesday at 2 p.m. and responses are emailed shortly after. Greg from Region 5 does sit on this committee, and any fundraising activities that are submitted through Region 5 are reviewed specifically by Greg and with the support of the rest of the committee. If your event is approved, and please know it is our ultimate goal for all fundraising activities to be approved. If it is approved, the individual submitting the form, the local program manager, and the field director will be notified. The fundraising activity lead is then responsible for the following areas: ensuring all volunteers submit a code of conduct form, and ensuring an event waiver is signed by all participants the day of the event. So getting that event waiver to the COVID-19 coordinator. Just as if you were signing up for a statewide polar plunge event, an uncathlon, the Beaver Stadium run, all participants for those events are asked to sign a waiver, and we will now be asking that you have your participants signing a specific waiver. Those waivers should be kept on file for 7 years. So let's say that your event has been approved, but local guidelines change. Just in Allegheny County, we were bumped up to 100 participants versus 50 for outdoor activities. So it is your responsibility to keep an eye on those guidelines as your event approaches. So if they get scaled back, that could impact you. If your event or fundraising activity needs additional details, we will just reach out and say we have a few questions or we have a few suggestions. Can we just have a quick conversation? And hopefully we clear up any misunderstandings or missing information, and you'll get that approval email. Let's say you want to host a concert for like 30,000 people, which clearly falls outside the guidelines. And you're like pretty set on holding that concert. If we can't come to an agreement to get that back down to the guidelines, then unfortunately the event would not be able to happen. And you would be contacted by either Craig McCoas, Doreen Story, or Greg Bott, depending on your location in the state, to have those conversations and to see if we can get that concert you really want to throw back down to a more manageable level. Next slide, please. So when you go to the COVID-19 resources page, you'll see this is the section that you want to hit for the fundraising guidelines. You'll want to select that important documents tab, and then you will see the fundraising guidelines fall below. Next slide. This is just an example of the form you're going to find. Many of the form questions are required. So as you move through, if you're not filling it in, it's going to block you. So this is just a visual and trying to collect as much information. Next slide. This is why I say please have that COVID coordinator identified before you go into the form. It is going to ask for this information, and it will not let you move forward if you do not have this information. Next slide. And then later in the form, we do touch on a COVID-19 mitigation process. So these questions answer to the best of your ability. If you're having a virtual event, obviously these aren't going to apply to you, and they are not mandatory for that reason. If you are having an in-person event, this may be where we come back and say, you left the mitigation form empty. We're going to need to know what steps you're planning on taking to ensure everyone's safety. So these are just to kind of get you and your planning committee thinking on ways that you can make the environment the safest for all involved. Next slide, please. If your event is having food and beverage, absolutely 100% the best thing is that participants are bringing their own food and beverage when possible. No shared food. Served food should be individually wrapped. So buffets, absolutely out of the question. Things need to be individually wrapped. Social distancing needs to be taking place. So not a bunch of people jammed in there trying to rush to the food table like we all love to do. And then having hand washing stations available as well for people to utilize after they have gotten their food and before. Next slide, please. So we all know that if you're planning a meeting or a fundraising activity, meetings sometimes have to happen. Virtual meetings are absolutely 100% the encouraged and preferred method. So if you can meet with your vendors via Zoom or on a phone call, that is preferred. However, we understand that sometimes you have to do a site visit or meet with a vendor in person. If that is happening, please just make sure you're following all social distancing guidelines and respecting any additional guidelines that the venue you're visiting is putting in place. This is a lot of information. I know it's a lot of information. Please, if at the time you're submitting these fundraising activity forms, you have questions, we and other members of the team are happy to sit there and walk through the form with you online, just anything to make the process easier. And again, we really just appreciate your support of Special Olympics.
All right, thank you, Carrie. I will go into our question and answer sessions. So we have a couple different questions here for a variety of staff members. So let's get started. We're going to start with a couple questions for Bruce. So Bruce, make sure you're unmuted there. The first question we have for you, a couple questions that kind of came together. So I guess to summarize, Bruce, the question would be, how can we know if our program is going to be doing at-home training?
I would hope that your coach would reach out to you and just say, hey guys, we're getting ready to start practice, and directly come from the coach.
Mm-hmm. Great,
so
great.
Really relying on the programs and the coaches to come up with that training process like that they normally would. Like if they were planning on training this fall, I'm hoping that the expectation or the coach was really want to get their athletes back into training, and they would just reach out to them, and we're practicing on Tuesday night, whether it's in person or at home.
Bruce, another question about at-home training is asking if you can do at-home training in sports that you don't normally train or compete in.
I guess they technically could, but right now for competition, we'll only be offering the competitions in that, so we would strongly encourage you to participate and practice in something that you can compete in, but also knowing that the strides is coming up and the distance challenge is coming up and the heptathlon is coming up, that is also an alternative to that, to allow them to participate in something at home.
Great. Another question, Bruce, is does a local program need to offer at-home training in order to participate in that sport this fall season?
They either have to be in person or at home training in order to participate in fall sectionals as well as Fall Fest. You do not need to participate in fall sectionals in order to participate in Fall Fest, if that makes sense. But really the expectation is, and really the hope is, to really get our athletes back to training this fall. Those numbers that Matt reported earlier, and and just hearing from our athletes, missing the socialization, missing being with their teammates. We really have the opportunity right now to really focus on our mission and continue that year-round sports training, right? Unfortunately, some of us can't be together on the training field, but we should really be making strides to get the athletes back into training, working hard at home, right? Like we can all work hard at home. We can all run at home. We can do the push-ups. We can still do kicking the soccer ball around at home. We can really focus on the individual skills. How important are individual skills? Can you imagine, like, we're focusing on those individual skills, and then when it comes to competition season, right? We always talk about their skills are the building blocks of competition. So as coaches, really concentrating on their skills, making your athletes work just as hard at home as they were at practice. They should be tired. They should be exhausted. They should know that every Tuesday night we're going to get on a virtual call with our coach, and I'm going to get to see my friends, and I'm going to work hard, and with the that we have the competition at the end. We have some really exciting things coming up. So awesome question. Thank you. Get back to training.
Very good answers, Bruce. Another question, I think it has to do with at-home training, but the question was, how will we make it more accessible? I'm thinking technology-wise.
Yeah, so if you look on the COVID-19 protocol website, we do have some information on there about ways that coaches can connect with athletes. Nick and Amy from our team, as part of the Innovation Lab, looked at some of the video conferencing tools or the two-way video, and provided some guidance on how to use that, how to log in, whether it's through Facebook Live, whether it's through Zoom meetings like we're on here now. I mean, every Tuesday night, you can have a Zoom meeting with your athletes. They can see each other. As coaches, you can be doing the exercise with them. It's okay to fail as a coach if you can't do the 25 push-ups, right? Like, show your athletes that you are with them, that you are training with them. From what we heard this morning when we did our first, our breakout sessions, we heard family, we heard missing our friendship, developing the friendships and all that stuff, right? And then with the statistics that Matt shared, I mean, we got to get our athletes back into training somehow, some way. It's just really a vital period in our time right now where that's really key. So.
Bruce, another question is, if they want to do multiple sports, if they're doing at-home training and they want to do multiple sports, do they have to pick only one for the competitions this fall?
Yeah, they can only compete in one, right? So if you're a soccer player, you can just compete in soccer. Actually, for this fall, the distance challenge will not be available because we're rolling that out later. And the heptathlon will not be part of sectionals and Fall Fest because that, we'll be rolling out in November. So if you are a fall athlete, we're hoping that your coaches will rally your team together and start practicing. Again, the resources that we provided is going to be on the COVID-19 webpage. We also have a recording to the webinar that we had. We had Lisa and Tom Delaney were on from Bucks County. They're doing some really awesome things through Facebook Live, through their Facebook group that they created. The athletes are engaging that way. They're showing videos. They're having weekly meetings with their coaches. I mean, they're up to like 25, 30 athletes from their LDR team. So even those athletes that can't return to in-person training, they're really finding a way to connect with them. So there's some really good things that you can do. So there are a lot of resources on there. If you do need help guidance, please reach out to one of us. Please use the coaches closed Facebook group. Like, that is an awesome group to just post your ideas, motivate other coaches, and share ideas. So I'd really love to see a thread going on there about what you're doing as coaches.
Awesome. All right, Bruce, I'm going to give you a break and slide over to some other questions here.
Lots of questions, though. Keep them coming, though. Keep thinking about it.
Great. So we're going to slide over to Lauren. Lauren, I think you can answer this one. I think this question came up during your presentation. The question was, what is 5-10-5? I know Mike Bavino also answered it in the chat, but I was hoping you could reiterate in case other people had that same question.
Okay, cool. I'm unmuted. I just got the little thing there. Sure. So 5-10-5 is an agility test of going in a 5 yards, 10 yards, and another 5 yards. It's like a sprint. So it measures your ability to move quickly. So that's what that agility component there. And just to reiterate, some of the resources we're going to have available is, you don't have to be the fitness expert, and you don't need to know what any of those terms on that slide mean right now, because we are going to provide that to you. So if your head is spinning when you saw that and you're like, I have no idea what this is or that is, you don't have to. We are going to provide you with a guide. We're going to provide you with video examples. We're going to provide you with one-pagers to show you the breakdowns and give you those webinars, so that you are able to feel 100% confident in that.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. We have another couple set of questions. I think I'm going to slide it over to Chelsea to answer some of these because they were all sort of related together. So these questions have to do with the COVID coordinator. So some people had some questions about people that don't have internet access. Is there a principal version of the code of conduct form that the COVID coordinator can be passing out to participants, where that can be found? So Chelsea, do you mind just kind of going over, I know you did via chat, but just going over where that code of conduct form is for the COVID coordinator?
Sure, no problem. So on our website, there is a specific link, which is going to give all information about COVID-19 to all of our participants. On there is going to be what we call the COVID-19 Participant Code of Conduct and Risk Assessment Form. I know it's a long name, but anybody that participates in an in-person activity must fill that out. It is highly encouraged that you fill it out electronically. It is a Google form. It is very easy to fill out. But if you don't have internet access, you can certainly have somebody print it for you and you can submit it electronically. What I would encourage you to do, instead of mailing it or passing it back to someone else, is to call that person, call your COVID-19 coordinator, call your manager, and relay that information over the phone so that you're not having to exchange that paper. If you have to, mail it or bring it to the first practice or the first in-person activity, that is okay. But anybody that does anything in person, all participants are required to fill out that form. Again, it is online. So yeah.
Awesome. And Chelsea, while we have you, one last question here. It's about the COVID-19 coordinator. I know somebody asked in the chat box about how they find their COVID-19 coordinator. So if you could kind of explain how that person's selected, but also another follow-up question was about fundraising opportunities, fundraising events, if it's the same COVID coordinator for their training site. So if you could kind of touch on both those things.
Sure, and Carrie, jump in. So a COVID-19 coordinator, again, is required for any in-person activity. A COVID-19 coordinator required for any in-person activity. That would include fundraising activities as well. That person is identified by the program. A program can have multiple COVID-19 coordinators. What we have done as to help local programs is provide a job description, we'll call it a job description, and a checklist so that that COVID-19 coordinator knows what they are signing up for. But the responsibilities really are ensuring that everybody fills out the forms, that they assist with the screening once all of their participants get on site, and all the while educating individuals about COVID-19. Carrie, anything additional to add?
No, you covered it.
Okay.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think that wraps up our questions. Another set of people had asked about where they can find this information. And we are sharing via chat, so check out the chat. But you will be reminded throughout the presentation that everything we see today on your screens will be shared with all of you here signed up for leadership, and we will also put it on our website as well. So don't worry about trying to write everything down. I know some people were panicking with all the information coming through today, but don't worry, all this information will be shared. So back to you, Chelsea.
Thanks, Kristen. And thanks everyone for listening to our presentation. As mentioned at the start, I encourage you to take note of who presented today. We are here to support you. So if you have any outstanding questions, I'd highly encourage you to reach out accordingly.
So give me on a scale to 1 to 10, here's 10 fingers. On a scale to 1 to 10, 10 is I've learned lots, and 1 is I still have a lot more to learn. Thinking about today in the last few hours, where are you? Have you learned lots, or do you feel like you got lots to learn yet? All right, I'm seeing some in the middle. I'm seeing some on the high end. Cool, thank you, John. Thank you, Gregory. So what we would like to do is to really think about what belonging is. This morning, if you remember, I was talking about how do we deal with change, right? How do we move from this mindset that I'm so comfortable being critical and telling you what's wrong. And I'm quite comfortable just showing up as a consumer and just sucking. What happens when we get past that tipping point and get to the place where we are comfortable taking this me and tweaking it so it's a we? How do we do that so that we are connectors and make something happen? Well, it's important to know what a connector is and the sense of belonging. So this piece that we're about to do is talking about belonging. And belonging sometimes can be hard to access when we're swimming in this toxic stress because we become focused on what the threat is, or we move from threat to threat. And as we are in this current circumstance, we're all feeling stressed out and all in our unique ways. And it's really comfortable for us to be in our comfort zones. So I'll give you an example of what that looks like, at least for me. Excuse me. You guys can see that the comfort zone for myself is sitting on the couch with a remote control, right? It's the place where I'm protected and I'm safe. Well, you can see that the next zone is the learning zone. And how do we get into that learning zone? The learning zone is the place where we can thrive and start to expand what's possible. But we don't want to get as far as the yellow zone. If somebody could unmute yourself, just so I know that somebody's listening, somebody unmute yourself and tell me what you think the yellow zone might be.
Caution.
Yeah, caution would work. Give me some other words. What might the yellow zone mean?
Scared. When you're overtaxing yourself.
Yeah, scared and overtaxing. Let me hear a few more words. This is kind of fun. I love listening to you guys.
Afraid.
Afraid. Is that what you were saying, Tippy?
Yeah, afraid. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Uncomfortable.
Bobby, say it again.
Overwhelming.
Overwhelming. Yes. So
When you think you know more than you actually know.
Right.
Be careful.
Okay, so pause right there, but lots of beautiful answers. So I'm going to call the yellow zone the panic zone. So how do we get out of our comfort zone, move into the learning zone, but not so far that we're up against the panic zone? So how do we do that? How do we do that in such a way that creates a place for us to thrive?
You do it gradually. By building on your skills.
Right. So I'm going to show you a few slides and I'm going to send you guys off into breakout rooms to have a little bit of a conversation about that. Okay. So let me do a little bit of a screen share here with you. And for some reason, it's not an option. Wow. Let me see what happens if I click this. What do you guys see what I don't want you to see? That's interesting. Computer glitch. There it is. Now it's back. Okay. So how do we get from this place where something is possible? And I bet you guys know what word's coming next. Go ahead and throw it in the chat box if you think you know what word's coming next on the screen. How do we get from this place, from what's possible to something that is impossible? Or sorry, from impossible to something that's possible. And what I'm going to suggest is that we need to leave a little space between that I am. Insert a little space in there.
I'm possible.
Create space where I'm possible. Yes, where I get to show up in such a way that I am possible. So I don't really mean this as I am possible. What I mean this is who I am being matters more than what I am doing. And so the little person in my life, my special athlete, her name is Fern. And I have 3 kids, Cypress, Sylvan, and Fern. Cypress is 8 Sylvan and Fern are 7. And you're thinking in your head right now, does that mean he has twins? Yes, I have twins. And Fern has some characteristics that make her challenged as far as riding a bike. So in the Down syndrome community, they said, many people told us, you can't ride a bike. And so this is July 1st, on her 7th birthday. And there goes her twin brother. And this was the gift that she gave herself. She is out there riding. She's doing something that the world said was impossible. And so at the end of the day, oh my goodness, at the end of the day, I was trying to figure out what to do about this whole thing. And I was kind of scratching my head, and
I'm so happy if I were him.
I was really challenged by it. And so I decided I could help Fern a little bit better by getting her a bike. So I found her a bike on Craigslist. And so this is her at the end of the day. And what you can't hear perhaps is she's singing. She's so comfortable that she is actually singing and laughing. Oh my goodness. How did this moment happen? How did she make something that was so impossible possible? And just yesterday, we were playing tag on the street. She was riding her bike, I was riding my bike, and we were running around and playing tag.
Well, if no one told her it was impossible, then she had no reason to believe that it was impossible.
That's right. Nobody told her it was impossible. So here's the deal. I took her pedals off and I put pedals on. I took the training wheels on. I took the training wheels off. But guess who led the way? She led the way. And she's the one who really told me what was possible. Here's the challenge for me. As a parent, whatever limitations that I put on Fern, they're hers and she owns them. And so my challenge is to get out of my own way and not put limitations on her. And so at the end of the day, she comes up to me and she gives me a high five and she says, "Daddy, I did real good." I didn't know what to say to that, right? There was this moment of pause and I give her a high five and I said, "Who needs to know that?" And she goes, "I do." And I was like, that's right, Fern. You're the one who needs to know that. She's the one who created something that was impossible and made it possible. And the only thing that I believe that really did that was creating the space, putting some space in there for her to really, truly shine. And so if we're talking about belonging, how do we get it so that people can actually belong, right? And so there's a way, check this quote out. There's a way that we can tame people, right? Keep them on the couch. And in this case, I want Fern to blossom. And we want everybody in our life to blossom. And so Bell Hooks talks about how this sense of belonging really shows up at home.
Okay, it's okay.
And it shows up here in the individual. And so if there is a way that I can have this sense of belonging, then I can create space for my family to have a sense of belonging, and then into the community, they create a sense of belonging. And Teresa's nodding her head. I'm appreciating that. So how do we do that? How do we create a place of belonging? Well, first step is connection. And so if you remember, we had this really quick time where we did connection before Matt spoke. And I'm going to call connection is when we can see people for who they are, exactly as who they are, and who they are not. We can see them for who they are and for who they are not. And so I'll show you a little model here. Carolyn talked about you guys having access to my book, Asking Powerful Questions, Creating Conversations That Matter. And in there, there's a model that looks like this. And the other side of the model is these words here. And connection really happens when we can see and hear and understand people for exactly who they are and who they are not. Well, then I'm going to say belonging is when we accept people for who they are and who they are not, and allow them to contribute in a way that uplifts the community as a whole. So what I'd like to do is to send you guys off into breakout rooms. Haley was maybe not prepared for that, but she's clicking the buttons right now. And I see that there's 130. So let's do 3 or 4 people in a breakout room, Haley.
Sounds good.
Thank you. And before you send them off into breakout rooms, I want to plant a little bit of a conversation. So first, here's the question I want you to think about. Or not the question, sorry. Here's the context I want you to operate in. With every deed, you're sowing a seed, though the harvest you may never see. And I believe with Special Olympics, this is what you're doing. You're constantly planting seeds to encourage all of us to get off our bums and to live a life fully lived. We all have an expiration date. We just don't know when it is. But how do we live our life fully in the time that we have? And so here's the question I'd like you to ask yourself. And if somebody can write this in the chat box for me, I would appreciate it.
Hold it back a little so we can see the top.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking. So here, I'll read it. What things hold you back from doing what you really want to do? What things hold you back from what you really want to do? So think about it in the sense of connection, the sense of belonging, this way that we are willing to show up and to engage and make something happen that wasn't going to happen. What's holding you back from doing what you really want to do? We're going to send you off into breakout rooms. We're going to give you roughly a minute a piece, and then give you some chance to talk about anything that you're curious about after that, after you hear everybody. So you'll have roughly 7 minutes in those breakout rooms. Then we'll bring you back and we'll talk about what's happening next. When you go to breakout rooms, raise your hand if you're shy when you end up in the breakout room, like, ooh, I don't know what to say. So Melissa and Diane, there is no wrong answer. Just share. Just pretend like you're together and you're about to have a cup of tea, and just show up and be yourself. And then a few minutes later, you'll get to evaporate back into this big room. There's no wrong or right answer. Just share what's true for you. Trust that people are listening in such a way that they are willing to be moved and touched by what you're saying. Listening is an act of love. True listening is an act of love. So when you end up into these breakout rooms, just be a listener and see what shows up. Here's the question one more time. What things hold you back from doing what you really want to do? All right. So I assume you guys just had some nice conversations with some people about the things that kind of hold you back. And so in the final few minutes that we've got, I want to kind of lift us up and take a moment to lift us up into the place of what's possible. So remember, if you're below the line, you're often asking what's wrong. And if you're above the line, you're asking yourself what's possible or what's missing, the presence of which would make a difference. And so one thing to consider is when you came into Zoomtown this morning, what was that, 9:30 or so, and you started looking at the screens, did you see them? Or did you see us? That's an example of a mindset, right? When we're looking out into the world and we see people as separate from us and we see them, chances are, I'm not in a space where I'm creating belonging. But when I see them, I'm not creating belonging. When I see us, then I'm in a space where I am willing to create belonging. Because what matters most is not the script, not the things that you do, but state. State matters more than script. So who you are being So if you want to create belonging, then there's a way that your mental state and who you choose to be and what you stand for matters. And so we're going to play with that in just a moment. One way we're going to play with it is you have a number of screens, little people that you can see, some thumbnails. In a second, I'm going to ask you to count the number of red things that you see. So go ahead, on those little screens, count the number of red things that you see. And don't tell me yet. I'll give you 5 more seconds. Now close your eyes, just for this little experiment. It'll be just for 10 seconds. Close your eyes and tell me the number of blue things that there were. You can open up your eyes. Some of you smiled because you recognized you didn't count any blue things. You only counted the red things. I asked you to count the red things. You were only looking for the red things. When I asked you what number of blue things, you're like, I don't know. And this is a great example, as we only count the things that we're paying attention to. We're only looking for the things that we want to create. So we need to be really careful about what we want to create, and then make a looking for that, make a listening for that. Be in a space where belonging can show up. If we want to create belonging, we need to create it. We need to be seeking it. Where we put our attention is where our energy goes. And so if we're looking for belonging, we can create belonging. So as a way of wrapping up, and before we move on to the next person, here's what I invite you to do if you got a pencil and paper. If you don't, just do it in your head. When you think
hold on a second, Will.
When you think about your relationship with Special Olympics, what is your intent? So go ahead and write or think a rough draft to that question. What is your intent? And then I'm going to give you a couple of other prompts. So this will be kind of like a silent walk you through, and I'm going to ask you a couple of other things. So what is your intent? When you think about your relationship with Special Olympics and what you want to contribute, what is your intent? I'll give you 15 seconds in silence. I'm going to play some of that music. Okay, now look at your rough draft of your intent and make sure it includes a we. It's not just about me, but it's about we. Is there a way that you could modify that intent that it includes the needs of the whole, not just for you, maybe not even just for Special Olympics, but for the community, something bigger, something grand? Is the needs of the whole included? So go ahead and modify that. I'll give you another 15 seconds if you can see if a way that you can include a we into your intent. Okay, and the last question I'm going to ask before we transition is, can you include uplifted emotions in it? Have a look and see if there's a way that you can include some uplifting, elevated emotions, joy, gratitude, and others. See if there's any uplifting emotions that you can include with it. All right. So as a way of wrapping up, drop your statements in the chat box. And I would love to hear from maybe one or two people. You're only saying a sentence, really quick, just a sentence. What is your intent when you think about your relationship with Special Olympics? One or two people, really quick, and then we're gonna pass it on. Who would like to share?
I'll share.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Teresa, and when I first joined the Special Olympics, my sense was for my son, but then I noticed that to answer the question is so that we can bring a sense of joy, peace, and understanding to all families and athletes in the community, that we can build a stronger and healthier relationship with one another.
Love that. That was beautifully said. And I think that's a great segue.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that. Tim is the CDO of Special Olympics, who will be leading the next session, thinking about the strategic plan. In a moment, I'm going to drop in the chat box a link that you can click to, but go to later and fill out. If you want some free tools from us, you can put your name in that link, we&me/ideas, and you can get some free stuff from us. But before we do that, Tim, it's all you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Will. Can I get a thumbs up? You guys can hear me? Yeah, all right. So hi, everybody. I'm Tim Careyhart. I'm our Chief Development Officer here for Special Olympics Pennsylvania, and I get to segue from all of that awesome, fun, interactive type work that Will's been doing into our vision for our organization, the strategic planning presentation. So we have about an hour today. Myself, but mostly my colleagues who are on the strategic planning committee are going to help and walk us through this process together with everybody. We hope that it's informative. And just as a note, you know, as the strategic planning committee, we see ourselves as facilitators of the process. And, you know, it's really an important process for us. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, Haley, so we can just talk about what we're going to cover today. So I'm giving the welcome and the intro now. We are going to review our current plan. So many of you may know that we are wrapping up currently our past strategic plan, which is in its final months. And we intend to unveil a new plan for 2021 to 2024 by the end of this year. So we will be reviewing kind of our status of where we are and with a look back. In that, we will share some stories with you all. We will also share with you the Special Olympics International Strategic Plan, which is getting ready to be unveiled as well, which is also a 4-year plan. And then we'll start to talk about our plan. So, and I learned just before Will handed me the microphone that we got our polling to work. So I think that's true. And we have a question for you as we flip also to the next slide. So let's see, Haley, if we can get our poll up. So here's the next slide. And the question is, drum roll please. If it doesn't happen, there we go. How excited are you for strategic planning 2021 to 2024? So the options are as excited as knowing I'm going to Hershey Park, which is very excited, neutral, or not very excited. So let's see what your answers would be. I'm going to hit mine. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to see the results. But not sure.
Tim, you will be. I'll
so
show
I'm
them
just,
in a second.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to keep talking a little bit. This slide here is an attempt to show what a lot of people, you know, think about strategic planning. And the reality is that this slide is exactly accurate. Okay, here we go. Wow. Wow. I'm impressed. Y'all are a bunch of liars. No, I'm kidding. Wow. So it's even Steven with very excited and neutral, and then people who don't like strategic planning are a vast minority here. So appreciate all your thoughts on that. The reality is that strategic planning is a critical component of what we do in any organization and anything that we do. And the reality, though, is as this slide portrays, it's an untidy process, right? There is a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of data gathering and conversations that happen. A plan in its best form and the best process will take on many iterations. We'll have new information that comes in from the side almost unexpectedly, like the coronavirus did this year, that we need to try to incorporate and help us inform our future. But ultimately, it is a we process, and that's what our goal is here today, is to make it as we can. And go ahead to the next slide, Haley, because ultimately, this is really what we need to accomplish for the organization. So by the end of this year, we will have a plan, a strategic plan that has eliminated some of the untidiness from it. And it will be a forthright way to think about how we move forward to envision a new reality for Special Olympics. Go ahead, next one. I love, Will uses a lot of things that I like to use, our sayings and quotes. And this one is really important to me. It's our attempt to put Special Olympics in a position to be where the world is going. So again, I referenced this year, you know, with the coronavirus and the pandemic and all of the quarantines and everything else, how much the world has shifted so radically in the last 6 months. And so where's it going to be tomorrow? What's going to happen tomorrow? And another one of my favorite sayings is that, you know, what got us here is not going to be the same thing that gets us there. So as we go through this process, we're going to talk to you a little bit about where we've been. We're going to talk about the process so far this year and how we're trying to get to the next version of the plan. And in the process of telling you that story, my last slide here, we're going to share some success stories with you. So go on to the next one, Haley, sorry. We're going to share some success stories with you, some bright spots. And the point of these stories, as my companions in this process will help to share, it's really to help illustrate that if we didn't have the plan that we're wrapping up today, these stories wouldn't have been made possible. So the realities that we're living today are because we had those dreams, we put plans into place, and now we've got great stories to tell. Throughout this process, just like everybody else, if you do have questions, we are a little bit time limited, so plop your questions into the chat throughout the presentation. We will have a Q&A period at the end where we'll do some answering of questions as much as we can towards the end. We will have a couple of other polls. And then finally, after today's presentation, you all will be receiving via email a survey about the strategic plan. And so we ask that you please respond to that survey so we can collect more input, more data to help us create the best plan possible. So that's all I've got. I'm going to turn it over to Susan to start our look back.
Thanks, Tim. Hi, everybody. I want to share some of the, can you go to the next slide, please? I want to talk about the current strategic plan that we're just finishing up. It ends at the end of 2020. There are a whole lot of successes in this plan and a few challenges along the way. So Haley, could you bring up the 2016 to 2020 strategic plan scorecard, please? Thank you. So the importance of this document over the past 5 years, SOPA senior leadership has gotten together once a quarter, 4 times a year, to review the progress on this plan. It's a very detailed plan. There are a lot of measurables in there. We're able to track where we're making it, the goals we set, and where we did not. And if you just look down through here, I'm proud to show that there are a lot of greens, which means we're on track, a lot of check marks, which means we completed them, and unfortunately there are a few yellows and reds. So there are 3 goals that we focused on for the strategic plan. Number one was to improve athlete opportunities to achieve their best. The second one being build positive attitudes towards people with ID. And the third one was to build capacity. Again, I'm proud to announce that we've made significant progress towards all these goals over the past 5 years. If you could go up to goal 1, I just wanted to highlight the fact that the section about improving athlete health, we have all check marks, which means we completed the goal in this plan. And please keep in mind, just because we completed the goal within this plan does not mean we're done. We're just getting started. These were just 5-year goals, and obviously we understand that improving athlete health is critical to the success of everything. So these goals will be stretched further for the next strategic plan, and we'll have new goals to reach to ensure that our athletes are as healthy as possible. Under goal 2, we're proud that we were able to, can you scroll down a bit? We were able to improve external awareness. At every event, we've been able to have unified sports experiences to engage our other stakeholders, volunteers, potential funders, government officials, just to highlight the potential of our athletes in our competitions. We've also been able to maximize the external impact of our games and competitions. We completed the goals we set there. Again, that's at least 2 athletes serve on all state levels game organizing committees. Our athletes now lead all our state competitions as the MCs for those. And we reviewed and implemented changes to improve quality for all sport and competition offerings. Under the third goal, strengthen leadership goals, you can see we had a lot of success in that area. Can you go up just a little bit more, Haley? Or down a little more? No, the other way, I'm sorry. There we go. Under strengthen leadership, we really made a lot of strides in this area over the past 5 years. One area where we fell short in here, which is critical, is the annual revenue share to local programs. Working on how to make that even more successful going forward. The partnership agreements, Unified Youth Council, all of those, we've met our goals there. Expand athlete leadership university curriculum to include health, fitness, and athletes as coaches. We're very proud of that initiative and the progress we've made on it. I would be remiss if, as I'm recognizing successes, if I did not acknowledge that we've had some challenges. And we're going to take an opportunity to further celebrate those successes here in a couple of minutes. But if you go up to the top again, Haley, unfortunately, there are 2 key areas where we did not meet our goals for this strategic plan. The biggest one being the target in here was to serve 23,000 athletes statewide by the end of this plan, and we did not meet that goal. That's one of our most serious goals, and we're all not happy that we did not do that. And that's part of what's driving the reorg process, is the recognition that the direction we were going is not going to get us there to serve more athletes and to serve them better. So that's some of the impetus for the reorganization. The revenue shares, as I mentioned, we did not meet our goal there. But like I said, generally we've done a pretty darn good job, and very, very proud of the accomplishments thus far in this strategic plan. And this is pretty close to where we'll end up by the end of the year. So I want to thank you for your attention to this, and I want to now turn it over to Gina and Mike, who are going to talk about some of the successes we've had with our plan. Gina, Mike?
Sure. Thanks, Susan, and hi again, everybody. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Great. The first story we're going to share, as Tim said, sharing of stories is just a great way to better understand the work that we're doing, is going to highlight one of the incredible partnerships that we've built through our Healthy Communities program. People with intellectual disabilities face significant challenges in accessing quality health care, and the goal of Healthy Communities is to improve the health status and increase access to community health resources for our athletes. Featured in this video is Dr. Mary Stevens from Jefferson Hospital. In addition to being a family physician, Dr. Stevens is an associate professor and mother of 2 children. Her youngest child, Callie, has Down syndrome. Dr. Stevens and her family are very active with the Down Syndrome Association of Delaware and Special Olympics Delaware, where Callie is an athlete and her older brother, Keegan, is a unified partner. You will get to meet them in the video. The focus of this segment is the National Curriculum Initiative in Developmental Medicine, which Dr. Stevens led in partnership with Special Olympics Pennsylvania and the Down Syndrome Association of Delaware. So with that said, let's check it out.
My name is Mary Stevens. I'm a Jeff graduate from 1994 and family medicine from 1997. And I am a family doc who returned to Jefferson in August of 2018 to launch a practice, a primary care practice for teens and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities and other complex childhood onset conditions. And one of the first groups I connected with when I got back to Jeff was Special Olympics Pennsylvania. And I ended up launching a Down syndrome consultation clinic in Delaware, and then was given the opportunity to go back to Jefferson after 21 years and launch this primary care practice. So trying to get the practice off the ground, I knew we needed to connect with the community, and I know that nobody does it better than Special Olympics. And got to know Chelsea, now Hamill, along the way, and we started to brainstorm about ways to get our students involved. If we want to take good care of folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities, we really need to create a workforce. A few weeks into my start at Jefferson, Special Olympics Pennsylvania and Down Syndrome Association of Delaware became partners as we applied for this grant. We weren't funded in the first year, but that didn't stop us, and we reapplied the second year. And so now we have funding for about a 15-month period to incorporate training about intellectual and developmental disabilities into the Jefferson Medical College curriculum. Interestingly, there's no requirement to teach about care of those with IDD, but we feel it's extremely important as this group faces huge health disparities, and we've got to do it better. So we partnered with Chelsea, we partnered with colleagues from Down Syndrome Association of Delaware. We had great plans about ways to teach all third-year medical students, so over 200 individuals at Sidney Kimmel Medical College. And at the 11th hour, COVID came through the door. And so we weren't going to give up. So we've now created a video that features 4 Special Olympians very prominently, along with some individuals with physical disabilities. And we share it with medical students at the start of their third year family medicine rotation. And they serve as our faculty to educate our students about best practices and what do patients want from a healthcare provider. And the feedback from the students has been tremendous. We still have plans to launch a Special Olympian elective. I think the response from colleagues as they get to know the athletes and the joy and the perseverance is eye-opening, and I just can't wait to see what we get to do next. I think our goal is to be able to look at individuals as just that, as an individual and not as a label. The medical office is not usually the best place to get to know somebody. I mean, come on, most of us, our blood pressure goes up, our pulse rate goes up, we're really reserved. But I think Special Olympics, people are on their own turf, no pun intended, and they're doing what they loved. And, you know, they're in their element. And what I want the students to see is just that. How many skills people have, how they can be so successful, how they can have so much joy and be so funny or sarcastic, and maybe they have a tattoo, and we really have to take care of the whole person and understand who they are and what they're capable of, not just what some might view as their limitations.
Great. With our athletes working directly with those students and sharing their experience, our athletes really became the educators in that experience, changing the future of these aspiring physicians with their stories. We definitely look forward to continuing to work with Dr. Stevens and can't wait to see how this partnership grows. And for our next story, I'm going to turn it over to my friend, Mike Bavino.
Thanks, Gina. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be with you all. I'm going to talk a little bit about our Unified Champion Schools program. And Special Olympics Unified Champion Schools promote inclusion, foster communities of acceptance, empower students with and without intellectual disabilities. Pretty fantastic program. These student athletes, they represent their school. They practice and compete as equal peers on their school's interscholastic unified sports team. Special education and general education students also are members of inclusive youth leadership clubs, and they focus on activities designed to help improve overall school climate. Now, in SOPA's current strategic plan, we were targeted to have 180 unified champion schools throughout the state by 2020. So right now, we exceeded that goal. There are 191 current UCF schools in 32 counties throughout the state of Pennsylvania, with an additional 45 joining this upcoming year. So what is the impact of UCS? I spoke recently with Dennis Stanton, the athletic director at Souderton Area High School in Montgomery County, as well as SOPA athlete Kevin Lazinski and his mom, Nancy. Here's their video. I'm going to start, Dennis, with you as the athletic director. If you could please share with our audience the impact that you've seen on the school through Unified Champion Schools programming.
Specifically with our school building, I saw the effect right away. The cool part about Unified Sports is obviously we have bocce and we have track and field, and we see that immediate impact when you walk in the gym for the bocce meet or you walk out on the track and field for practice or for a meet. But during the school day, what I love is when we have a meet day, a bocce meet or a track meet, our student athletes, on the unified teams are wearing their polos, their unified sport polos. And not only do the 25 kids on the bocce team or the 50 kids on the track team know that this is game day, and Kevin's on here, I love that he's on there because when I see him, I say it's game day. Not only do they know it's game day, but our student body knows it's game day. Our administration knows it's game day. Our teachers know it's game day. So, at the very least, it's bringing awareness to our general ed students, our special ed students, and that level of inclusivity that obviously bonds our students together and creates a terrific experience for all involved.
Thanks, Dennis. You spoke about the impact on the school community. Nancy, I'd love to hear, as a mom, the impact that you've seen on Kevin and his involvement with Unified Champion Schools. I also would love to hear from Kevin and hear his perspective as well.
Okay. Yes, it's been, Unified Champion Schools has been a great thing for Kevin and really for our whole family. Kevin has older siblings that played sports in high school, and I really, when he was born, didn't think he would have the opportunity that he had at Souderton to be a part of a team and actually, practice twice a week, go on the bus to opposing schools with his teammates, and go and compete as an athlete, as a high school athlete. And that part has been wonderful. He has made so many friends that he never would have made if he hadn't been a part of Unified Sports at Souderton. He has gained a lot of confidence. He's become more focused. He was on the leadership committee, and he learned a lot about himself and about leading. And I think it's going to help him when he goes out in the world to go to college or get a job or wherever the path takes him. How about you, Kev? What's been great for you?
I learned to be a high school athlete, and I'm always friendly to people.
There's a lot of friends.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what I can speak to when I see a special ed student walking to practice with, another special ed student or regular ed student, general ed student. And when they're walking to practice, those interactions that they have before they even get to the track or before they even get to, the bocce court, those relationships that they're forging, they probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for unified sports. And I can truly attest to that based on the interactions that I see day to day in our school and in the context of athletics.
It gives our students, all students really, opportunities that they wouldn't have had. And it creates this sense of belonging, true belonging, where they really feel, both Kevin and the typical students, feel valued for who they are and what they offer. And it's everybody together on the team. It's not them, it's not us. It's everyone together as one. I love to talk to people who say, what is unified sports? What does that mean? I love to explain it and talk to people about it. And I see it as so valuable, not only for the school community itself, but for the larger community, and seeing students like Kevin out in the, hopefully someday working in the community and knowing people because he had the opportunity to have so many friends and have so many experiences. Do you have anything to add, Kevin? Anything you want to say there?
Oh, yes. I do want to say, I want the new friends might join the unified sports.
You'd like everyone to join?
Yeah.
I think that would be great.
Thank you to Kevin, Nancy, and Dennis. Kevin couldn't have summed it up any better. And I love the fact that we talked about what Will shared earlier in our youth summit about belonging. So you heard Nancy as a mom talked about belonging and how everybody is valued when they're part of a unified sports team. So fantastic. And we're looking to bring this program to many more schools throughout the state of Pennsylvania and transforming schools and their communities to make them more inclusive, which is obviously one of the major goals of the strategic plan. So next slide, please. So we've had opportunity to hear some success stories of programs currently being conducted in the health and education fields. Let's take a look now at the next Special Olympics Pennsylvania proposed strategic plan. So you'll see on the slide here that this is the Special Olympics global plan. This pyramid graphic shows the framework of this plan, and you'll see that if you can, I know the graphic's a little bit small, but you'll see that the vision, goals, strategies, and enablers that are in this graphic, and all of them will align with the Special Olympics Pennsylvania global plan. So most importantly is let's take a look at each of these very fundamental, important aspects of the Special Olympics global plan for 2021-2024. So most importantly is the vision statement. So what's the vision? Our vision is an inclusive world for all, driven by the power of sport, through which people with intellectual disabilities live an active, healthy, and fulfilling life. In the end, that's what our strategic plan should be all about. How do we achieve that essential vision? This vision is supported by two goals. Goal one, improve local sports participation and well-being to strengthen communities. So very grassroots focused. How do we strengthen ourselves locally? Goal two, remove barriers to inclusion and expand reach through digital technology. Now, there are three overarching strategies that are needed to achieve these two goals. So strategy one, improve the quality and the reach of programming. Strategy two, empower athlete leaders and other change makers. Strategy 3, foster inclusive practices and settings. So those are the strategies that are going to be needed to achieve the 2 goals. These strategies all have tactics which will keep all of us with Special Olympics Pennsylvania, and that includes state and regional staff, local program management teams, and volunteers. All of us will be focused based upon how well we achieve those tactics. Now, none of this would be possible without 4 enablers, and these provide the necessary people power, the financial support, and marketing and partnership resources that are essential and fundamental for success. These enablers, as you'll see on the bottom, are the following: digitize the movement, diversify revenue, build the brand, and drive excellence. This is the big picture structure and how it correlates with the Special Olympics Global Plan. But what does all of this mean? Well, let's go to the next slide, please. And you'll see on this strategic plan overview exactly what I just talked about. This is the Special Olympics Pennsylvania strategic plan, which aligns with the global plan. And you'll see that we just created a different type of graphic. You'll see that the vision is at the very top, supported by the 2 goals. And as mentioned, the 2 goals need the strategies in order to achieve them. And what makes all this happen? Well, it's the enablers on the bottom, the foundation, those resources that we talked about. So what does all of this mean exactly? Let's get into the details. So here to lead that presentation is my SILPA colleague and friend from Chester County, Gina Reed. Gina, take it away.
Thanks, Mike. Can you hear me? Yep, good.
Yes.
I get the fun job of talking about all the details of the strategic plan. We are going to take a deeper dive into the plan, and the plan covers all kinds of programming and operational procedures, but my goal today is to really break down the plan and help you to personalize what this plan means to you in your program, because really this is our plan. It's not SOPA's plan. It's just as important to you to know what's in the plan and how it will directly impact your program, our ability to be successful. And our success really lies in that if we go back to Will's conversation, it relies in the we, not the me and not just SOPA. So we're going to break that down and make it personal to you. After that, we're going to get an update from Chris Projan, who is the Regional Input Council Vice Chair, who will share the athlete priority as it relates to strategic plan. We'll review next steps. Can you go back 1 second? Sorry. And we'll review next steps and allow for some Q&A before we wrap up. Now you can move forward. Sorry. As we learned from Mike, we've got 3 strategies and 4 enablers that will help us reach our 2 goals and ultimately our vision for the strategic plan. You should have received a draft of the plan earlier in the week. If not, it will be shared again after leadership. But within the plan, as Mike mentioned, there are several focus areas under each of the strategies and enablers. That focus area identifies what we need to do to achieve each strategy and how we will use each enabler for us to reach our strategies and goals. Essentially, those focus areas are what's going to give us direction and keep us focused. So as I mentioned, I'm not going to review all of those focus areas. I've pulled out some selected focus areas that I believe are going to have the largest impact on our local programs. So with that said, let's dig in. So for strategy one is improve quality and reach of the programming. The selected focus areas, the first one is to improve quality and consistency of our training sites. We mentioned earlier, Tony touched on the integration of training site assessments. Why are those important? And it's important because we want to improve the quality of sites that our athletes have. If we have better training sites, it's going to provide a better experience for our athletes. And with those assessments, what are they going to be looking for? They're going to be looking at the facilities that we're utilizing for our training. Are they appropriate? It's going to look at the equipment. Do we have enough equipment for each athlete to be provided with a positive experience? Do we need additional supplies at that training site? That information will help drive budget decisions for us. It will help us identify which training sites are really doing well and which training sites could use some additional support. And again, that will allow us to be more strategic in how we're working to support our local programs. The next focus area under this strategy is increasing competition opportunities at the local, regional, and state level. On the local level, we know that competition is what our athletes are training for. The more opportunities that we can provide for them, the better it is. We want our athletes to know that there's plenty of competition opportunities beyond just sectionals and states. On the local level, we want to increase the number of opportunities that we're providing for inter-program scrimmages. As we regionalize, we want to be providing more regional level competitions. And on the state level, an example is our flag football program. We want to be, during this next strategic plan, coming up with a state competition for our flag football programs. Those are just some of the examples, but clearly we want to really increase the number of opportunities that we have for our athletes to be able to compete. And the last area that I wanted to focus on under this strategy is creating statewide partnerships with organizations that serve individuals with disabilities. Recruiting volunteers, we know, is always a challenge. We, as the state, want to be strategic in helping you to build those partnerships. An idea that would be similar to this is the partnerships that we've been creating statewide with the YMCA. And we really want to replicate that process in working with like-minded organizations that serve our population. And at the end of the day, again, with more volunteers, it's going to allow us to serve more athletes. You can move to the next slide. Great. Strategy 2 is empowering our athlete leaders and other change makers. The selected focus areas is allowing our athlete leaders to work with staff to co-facilitate leadership sessions. We've got some really incredibly trained global messengers through our athlete university, and we want to be able to provide opportunities for those athletes to help us deliver important information, and leadership is a great opportunity to give them that opportunity to work hand in hand with us to deliver those messages. We want to develop our youth leaders in our Unified Champion schools, and hopefully that will help to increase volunteer opportunities to further support our local programs. We want to utilize our athletes as teachers. Again, an example of that you saw in the video earlier, utilizing our athletes as teachers to future physicians so that they are more comfortable in working with our athletes, so that they're more aware of the challenges that our athletes face. So again, utilizing our athletes as experts and teachers and change makers, really. And the last focus area is engaging our athletes in leadership roles within the LETR movement. LETR for us is such an incredible resource for our organization, and we want to better integrate our athletes into that network. Ultimately, as it pertains to this strategy, we want to really empower our athletes and change makers and provide them with, I think the key word in all of this is meaningful leadership opportunities, not just titles. We really want them to be engaged in this process. Next slide. Great. Slide 3 is fostering inclusive practices and settings. In this strategy, Special Olympics Pennsylvania will work to create more access to services and opportunities for people with intellectual disabilities. The first focus area that we've identified is addressing transportation expenses by working to create regional busing options for statewide events. We know for all of you, and Susan can attest certainly, that transportation is one of the largest expenses that our local programs face. We are going to be looking to create some transportation contracts, as well as identify ways to potentially coordinate travel and create rideshare opportunities as other ways to save money for our local programs. The next is removing barriers to athlete participation. The way that this is going to happen really is, it's already happening in small places, but really through regionalization. We really want to make sure that athletes have the ability to easily cross county borders to train and compete. By doing that, we provide, and we also want to be able to better promote some of the available options for our athletes. Providing more of those options could improve access to sports that some programs may not offer, but a neighboring program does, which provides, again, more choices for our athletes. This will also allow us to better market if we have age-appropriate teams or skill-based teams. So we can have a higher level volleyball team and a lower level volleyball team. That we are better aligning our age and ability options for our athletes and the sports that we are offering. Kind of piggybacking on transportation, but also recognizing that even within the local programs, transportation has been a barrier. So also looking at the local level directly of options that could improve athletes' ability to attend practices. And as we get to that point, I think it's time for another poll. Haley, are you good? Perfect. So at this point, we're going to ask which strategy of the three that we covered do you feel most connected to in your role at SOPA? Strategy 1 was improving the quality and reach of our local programming. Strategy 2 was empowering our athlete leaders and change makers, or strategy 3 was providing inclusive practices and settings. So you can choose one of those three and hit submit, and hopefully we will get the results momentarily. I wish I had some fun music like Will had in the background that we could bebop to, but it's playing in my head. Haley, how are we doing? Awesome. So strategy number 1 is pretty far-reaching. The leader for our local programs, 56% of you said improving the quality and reach of our programming is most important to you. Great. Let's move to the next slide, and we're going to start talking about enablers. The enablers tell us how we're going to get to reaching some of these things. Our first enabler is digitizing the movement. Obviously, COVID-19 has forced us to look at a lot of things differently. One of the most important things that we have learned is that we need to find ways to better connect with all of our athletes. We have an opportunity to significantly increase the reach and effectiveness of our work using digital solutions, and we need to work to take advantage of that opportunity. So some of the selected focus areas that I thought were important for you to know and to be aware of is that we will be conducting a statewide technology needs assessment. We will be creating a statewide plan based on that needs assessment to improve connectivity. And finally, in addition to that, we will implement technology trainings for athletes and volunteers. It's important to us that nobody's overlooked. These assessments are going to be, your field team is going to be working directly with every single one of our local programs. We don't want to be making assumptions in this process. It's really important that we know exactly what it is that's needed, and where are we getting that information. We're going to be getting it directly from you. We also need to know where it's needed. Once we have that information, we're going to be looking for grants and partnership opportunities to help support those needs. We recognize that having the technology isn't enough. We need to know how to use it effectively. We can give people the tools, but if they don't know how to use them, that's really not very helpful. So we want to work with you to provide digital training opportunities that will be based on your ability, and we'll provide advanced sessions all the way down to beginner sessions. So again, this is really, and we see it so clearly now in light of COVID-19, how important this is. But even as we step out of the COVID-19 phase here, this isn't going away. What it has done is shine a spotlight on some of the areas that we need to improve, not just SOPA, but for so many different organizations to be better connected to our constituents. And we really need to ensure that people with intellectual disabilities and our movement are not left behind as societies embrace technology. If you would go to the next slide. Great. The next one, and I think Susan touched a little bit on this earlier, is diversifying revenue. And the two focus areas, As we move towards regionalization, it will be transitioning some of our existing events into regional events, just like they've done in the greater Lehigh Pocono Valley region. We will be doing that with some of our other existing events as we transition into that regional process. And with that, of course, becomes the opportunity to increase revenue growth and statewide sponsor engagement. We want to provide new opportunities for revenue share through statewide fundraising events. As we've gone through some of this transition through COVID, we've certainly had to transition and adapt some of our events already. Some of those, as you are well aware of, was the virtual Beaver Stadium Run, and currently as we're in the throes of the virtual Uncathlon. So both of those built out some really great shared revenue opportunities with our local programs. And if you haven't taken advantage of it, it's not too late. You can still get signed up for a virtual Uncathlon team. If you're not sure which region you're in, you can go to those regions. We've got athlete captains that are eager to have you join their teams and help support raising money for their local programs. You can head to the next slide. Enabler number 3 is build the brand. The selected focus areas for this, again, we want to increase LETR engagement in non-fundraising events. We know that our LETR folks are huge fundraisers for us, and we truly appreciate all the work that they do for us. But we want to also make sure that we're engaging them. They're one of the strongest relationships that we have, and we want to engage them as partners in our competitions and our local competitions. Some examples of that, as you've seen at some of the state events, is for our opening ceremonies and for awards. But again, we want to expand that relationship with LETR so that we can reap the benefits of that in our local programs as well. Another focus area is increasing media opportunities and partnerships statewide. And then finally, promoting year-round lifelong fitness and involvement through recruitment and education, utilizing our digital and online tools and the new resources, such as our at-home training resources that we've shared, local competitions, and then community activities. You can see that graphic again at the bottom. It's really important for us to be aware of those statistics and work towards finding solutions for those. The last 2 items really are about increasing that awareness. We want to, SOPA does a great job promoting our events, and we really want to utilize the resources that we have with an increased focus on the community level. We want to generate high-level placements both in print and in broadcast and online media that really emphasizes the athletes and the volunteers and the programs that we offer. And again, without the focus being on just one-day events, we want this to be really with the encouragement of getting involved directly with our local programs, becoming volunteers, recruiting athletes for our local programs. So again, really helping to promote the brand, but focus that in on how that's going to strengthen the community programs that we serve. Next. Our final enabler. Whew, take a breath. A lot of information that I'm sharing with you guys. I hope you're still awake. Enabling our staff and volunteers is critical to the success of our programs and our ability to successfully deliver those programs. The focus areas here are improving recruitment with a focus on diversity, training, development, retention, and succession planning for volunteers and staff. How are we going to do that? We are, as part of the new plan, we've put in place creating a volunteer onboarding process. We've focused in on the importance of those statewide partnerships. And as we mentioned earlier, during regionalization, really emphasizing the importance of pre-planning for those regions that are heading toward regionalization. Doing all of those things will make us better prepared. It will make our volunteers more competent and capable to be fitting into the specific roles that they're best suited for. So I think all of those things will contribute to us being successful in that area. The next area is increasing leadership and professional development opportunities for our volunteers and coaches to improve program delivery outcomes. Again, the how, we're going to provide access to webinars and trainings for all of you, like we already do, but continuing to do that. We want to share additional resources that we have with you and provide you more access to those. An example of that is our games management systems. We want to be providing more trainings so that you are more comfortable working within that system. It's a resource that you have access to. We want you to be able to utilize it to better plan and run your local competition events. Another example recently, and I hope some of you had the opportunity to join us for Steve McClatchy, where he focused in on goal setting. He was a really dynamic speaker, and we want to continue to provide those opportunities of professional and development that we can share with our staff, but also with our volunteers. Again, when you're better, we're better. We are in this as a team. So really important that we are looking at these things through a lens that looks at how this influences and impacts all of us. The last thing, kind of teeing that up, is regionalization. Regionalization is really important, and we know how hard our athletes work on the ground, you know, at the ground level, at the grassroots, to make our programs run. Regionalization will provide additional support to you, to the local programs. And as we have more of our programs that come into that regional model, it will allow us to have additional accountability and better alignment statewide to deliver some of our programs and services. And ultimately what this is going to do is allow us to do more and better for our local programs and ultimately for our athletes. And really, that's what the goal is of regionalization. So again, at this point in time, I'm going to take a breather. We're going to pop another poll up about enablers. So Haley, thank you. The last poll is, which enabler do you feel most connected to in your role? Is it digitizing the movement? Is that one that's going to be really important to you? Is it diversifying revenue? Is it building the brand? Or is it that drive to excellence? Which one of those enablers do you think is going to be most important to your program and to SOPA in achieving success in our plan? Again, play that music in your head. Hop along.
You just did song, Gina.
I'm not very good at singing. All right, Haley, come on, help me out. Whew. Ooh, this was a closer one, but the last one, drive to excellence, which I think is really important. We are a people organization, and that focus and importance on really investing into ourselves is so important. Investing in our volunteers, investing in our staff. If we are not filling our buckets, we don't have it to give to others. So thank you for sharing your feedback with all of us. Much appreciated. At this point in time, I'm going to transition. Due to COVID-19, we've needed to make a lot of adjustments in how leadership was delivered this year. If we were in State College, one of the events that would have happened during leadership is Athlete Congress. I'm glad to report that Athlete Congress did happen. It just happened last week. And just like us, they transitioned to a virtual platform. If you've attended leadership in the past, you know that the Regional Input Council always reports out on their work of Athlete Congress at the end of leadership. I'm excited to share that Chris Projan, the Vice Chair of the Athlete Regional Input Council, is here to report out on the Athlete Congress and share the athlete priorities for the proposed strategic plan. Engaging our athletes in the strategic plan is critical, as they are really the reason that the plan exists. I'm excited to introduce you to Chris Projan. Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gina. Hello, and welcome to the 2020 Athlete Congress Report Out. My name is Chris Projan, the Athlete Congress Chair and Vice Regional Input Council Chair, or also, RIC for short. I wish we were in person. I would have the entire RIC to report out with me. The RIC is a group of athlete representatives responsible for communicating on a regular basis with their peers in their assigned regions. The Athlete Congress priority was decided on a survey this summer. The purpose was to collect votes from athletes on the most important upcoming strategic plan strategy, followed by ranking the areas of focus. The priority survey itself reached 165 votes, which is 65 more than received 2 years ago. The strategy with the most votes was improved quality and reach of local programming, with the area of focus, improved quality of athlete experience. I'm going to share a few responses from each question. Some notable responses for question 1 found on the slide were access to source of water. A head coach should come into every practice with a plan that assistant coaches are aware of, and ensure appropriate amount of equipment for all players. Some notable responses for question 2 on the slide were local competitions should occur earlier in the season and more often. Have more officials that either have experience with a sport outside of Special Olympics or improve quality of official training within Special Olympics, and enforce state level rules locally. Some notable responses for question 3 found on the slide were, for most favorable, unified partners help build great relationships within the team, and another voice to provide feedback in improving skill in real life. For least favorable, unified partners should be required to travel with the team, and unified partners could dominate. Some notable responses for question 4A found on the slide were, most monthly program manager and athlete representative meet virtually or in person to share updates. Easy to read and understand updates through a monthly email, video, and/or update on website. And field director and/or manager of athlete leadership email athlete representative as soon as updates are available. Some notable responses for question 4B found on the slide were, athlete leadership team distribute easy to read and understand flyers at local practices and competitions. And athlete leadership team hosts Zoom calls monthly with support of mentor and program manager. And representatives share information with public relations coordinator who posts to a monthly newsletter. Some notable responses for question 5 found on the slide were, neighboring local programs should discuss sports being offered before each season. Field directors should gather information and share with local programs before each season. And SOPA website should list sports training, competition, and contact information for all local programs. Following the discussion, all athlete representatives voted in favor of sharing the feedback with the SOPA staff. Additionally, we elected 5 new positions of office for the RIC. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the report out. Back to you, Gina.
Great. Thank you, Chris. The information Chris shared is important because, as she mentioned, The priorities that they identified will be distributed to the appropriate SOPA staff and utilized to further shape the strategic plan. And if you didn't notice, the same priority that they identified is the one that you identified. So I thought that was really interesting. So thank you, Chris, for your report out. Super helpful for us to know, and appreciate all the work that you and the other athletes did during the Athlete Congress. Before we wrap up, I wanted to talk briefly, boy, am I getting tongue-tied, about next steps. The first thing, and we've mentioned it a couple times, is a survey. It's the 21 to 24 strategic plan feedback survey. As we've mentioned, and I hope you're hearing, really listening, actively listening, right? This is our plan. We want this to be as important to you as it is to us. Our success is a shared success. So we really want you to provide feedback based on what you've heard and what you've been able to review. As I said, if you didn't receive a copy of the entire plan, it will be shared as well. You can have some time to look over it. I just really hit on some of the highlights today. So we look forward to getting that feedback from you. And the last thing that you can see here is kind of our timeline. We're down at the bottom where that little red circle is. You can see we are at leadership. We're sharing this information with you. The next step is for us to get that survey information back from you. In addition to you guys, this information was shared with the SOPA board at their board meeting yesterday. So we're going to take the feedback that we got from the board as well as what we will get from your surveys. We'll make updates to the plan. We will work on creating our final draft that will be reviewed internally with the intent of getting the final draft to the board in November. At that point in time, the board will need to approve the strategic plan or send it back to us for more reviews. Fingers crossed they approve. Once we get that finalized and approved plan, we will be sharing it with our staff and with all of you, our constituents. Whew, I bet you are tired of hearing me talk. The good news is I'm now going to pass the baton to our president and CEO, Matt Aaron, and our incoming SOPA board chair, Tom Hinman.
Am I up, Matt? Or you first?
You're up, Tom.
I'll take it. All right. Thank you, Gina. That was awesome. Hey, I just want to first commend all the speakers today. The level of preparedness, the content, it's just been so easy to follow along and to stay engaged. And I just really appreciate the effort that went into putting this together. Gina, thank you for breaking down the strategic plan. The strategies, the enablers, again, made it very easy to see what our roadmap for success is going to be going forward in the future. In the essence, in the interest of keeping things simple, I think this plan's successful if we've got buy-in at the local program level, right? From our athletes to our volunteers, our family members, SOPA staff, the board, we're all in this together. And the plan will succeed if we operate that way. So again, just thank you so much for today, everyone. First leadership conference that I've been able to attend here, and it's been a phenomenal experience. So I feel really privileged to be part of the organization, to be part of this family, and just looking forward to working with you more closely in my new role next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. We're looking forward to having you as our chair starting next year. Susan shared earlier when she went through the scorecard, we've made a lot of great progress in our current plan. And while there were a few areas that we didn't hit, and there was a question in the chat box about that, we will be looking at those things. We are looking at those things where we've not succeeded fully to include those in the plan moving forward. But we've had a lot of success, and that's really because we have a plan that we actually use, that we manage to, that we meet internally about every quarter, and that we brief our board of directors on 4 times a year. It's not just something that sits on a shelf, it's something that we use. And so like Tim, I was kind of surprised to see how many of you in the poll were excited about the strategic plan, because in general, strategic plans aren't really exciting, but they are important. And so I want you to know that it's something that I take seriously, that our board takes seriously, and that we actually use. But what Tom just touched on and Gina was talking about a few minutes ago is so critical. And that is the engagement of all of you as our stakeholders in providing input into that plan. It shouldn't be, we don't want it to be the board's plan or my plan or the staff plan. It's the Special Olympics Pennsylvania strategic plan. So it's for all of us to lay out those things that are most important for us to achieve over the next few years. So if we haven't done it already, Gina and Carolyn, let's make sure we get the information out to everybody on this call about how they can complete that survey and when they'll get it. Let's reinforce that so everybody knows, but that's where we really want your feedback. We have had athletes and volunteers, our board's program committee, we have had a variety of stakeholders already involved in the process of creating this plan, but now is the opportunity to get much, much broader engagement. And so we want all of you to be part of that. So Haley, if you could put up, let me see where we are. Put up the 22516 slide. This is really where I kind of want to end our day. I put this up at the beginning. 22516 is a rallying cry for all of us. It's something we should all be thinking about, focused on, in a way to positively change these statistics for the betterment of our athletes. And if we do that, then part of what we're accomplishing, I hope many of you had this word when Will earlier this afternoon asked us to put together our statements. I'm not sure how many of you had this particular word in there, but my last slide, if you'll put it up, Haley, this is really what we want to do. We want our athletes to, and all of us, to have a sense of belonging. That's what this is about. So that's why I appreciate everybody being part of today, coming together to share, to connect, to collaborate, to learn. And that's why I really want everybody to be part of our strategic planning process so that all of you have a voice in where we go in the future. So that's it from me and from Tom. Thank you to everybody who participated. Thanks to the staff team that worked so hard pulling all these presentations together. Will, thank you. You were a tremendous part of our day in keeping us, getting us connected. And to Carolyn, Haley, and Kristen, who've been working behind the scenes to make all of this technology work today. We did have a few bugs, but I think for our first time through a virtual conference, it went really well. And so I thank you for what I certainly know from seeing you guys prepare was a ton of work that went into making sure we were ready for today. So thanks, everybody. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And now we do have a couple things left. I'm going to turn it back over to Carolyn.
Okay, for anyone who put a question in the chat in reference to strategic planning, I think in the interest of time, we're just going to answer those questions in writing, and we're going to send them out to the group because I do know that we're a little over time and everybody does want to enjoy a little bit of their Saturday. I know here on the eastern part of the state, the sun has come out for the day, so I don't want to hold anyone up, and we just have a few more things to do. So Haley, if you could just bring up the last bit of slides. So we do, like we normally do at Leadership, have some raffles that I'm excited about. They were donated by MTM Recognitions. So without further ado, we have 2 raffles for programs who participated today. So the first one is a karaoke machine, and I'm hoping the slide does magical things like it's supposed to. Is it working, Haley? Oh, hooray. Okay, so Chester County has won the karaoke machine. So thank you for participating, Chester County. Next, we have the radio set, and that will go to Armstrong, Indiana. Thank you very much for participating. Our next set of raffles are for volunteers. So the first one is the power drill, and that is going to go to Anthony Watts, who is a fundraising coordinator from Lancaster. And then next is a Sterling silver necklace, and that's going to go to Karen McDonald, who is a coach from Bethlehem. So congratulations. And then our last raffle is a travel duffel bag for an athlete, and the athlete winner is Matthew Anthony from Carbon County. So congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you for registering for leadership. And now we'll go to the next slide. So we do, normally when we have leadership, for those of you that participate, we have a lot of sessions going on and multiple times on Saturday and Sunday. So the staff has taken some time to put some things together. Some have already happened in August. And if you were involved as a team position that was directed towards, you might have gotten an email in reference to it. But the ones that are coming up are here listed. We have some information on fundraising and volunteers, a little bit on BSIS, competition, etc. Please know all of this information is on the SOPA website. You can find it on the main calendar, event calendar, and you can also find it on the leadership page. We'll be sending out emails with all of this information on where you can find it. If for some reason you don't get information on it and you're interested in being involved, just reach out to myself or your field director and we will make sure that you get the information. And then Haley, the last slide. So I'm super excited to announce that the 2021 Leadership Conference, which hopefully we will all be together for, will be Saturday, August 28th and 29th, once again at the Penn Stater. So we just want to say thank you to everyone for participating today. I know this was a lot to sit through. Certainly, I want to make some very quick thank yous to all of the teams, the reorg team, return to activities and strategic plan, the staff and volunteers. They spent a lot of time working on their presentations, and I know that I super appreciate it. I obviously want to thank Haley and Kristen, staff members who helped me with all of the behind the scenes. I apologize if you were seeing me look down a lot. It's just trying to keep in contact with everybody via text messaging for everything that was going on behind the scenes. So lastly, we have just a little thank you video to take us out, and then I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their day and look for some emails next week with more information on everything that we did today. So thank you, everybody.
Changing the world is a team sport, and we are truly grateful to have you as one of our teammates. Your dedication to Pennsylvania Special Olympics has not gone unnoticed. Hi, I'm Caitlin Barron, an athlete from Center County. I have such an amazing time competing, but none of my accomplishments would be possible without you.
Thank you for your support of me and my fellow athletes at Special Olympics Pennsylvania. Your contributions, whether they are through participation in fundraising events, donations, or volunteering, help provide us training in every area of our lives. Best of all, because of people like you, all of the Special Olympics Pennsylvania programs are free. Special Olympics Pennsylvania is so much more than training and competition. Did you know that people with intellectual disabilities experience chronic unemployment, are at increased risk for bullying, and face significant health challenges? However, because of your support, Special Olympics Pennsylvania is able to help address these needs with programs like Athlete Leadership, Unified Sports, Healthy Athletes, Get Off the Sidelines, and Cities of Inclusion. As athletes, we greatly appreciate you. Because of your involvement and commitment to Special Olympics Pennsylvania, we are able to shine and become champions. Thank you for supporting us, for being our friends, our fans, and champions of our cause.
Thank you for getting us off the sidelines and into the game of life.
Bye. See ya.